Welcome to MrDantello, and thank you for being here. This video features immersive, scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, created for calm nighttime listening. If you enjoy the video, like, subscribe, and tell us where you're listening from. Make yourself comfortable. Story 1. The Locked Tunnel. My friends wanted to open. It started with a map. Not a digital one, not a tourist brochure, a real folded, brittle thing, stained with coffee rings and the faint grease of old fingers, pulled from the back of a mildewed photo album in my grandmother's attic after she passed. Blackwater Hollow, Township Survey, 1911. Most of it was useless, parcel lines for farms long swallowed by forest, names of men buried 60 years, until the lower right corner. There, tucked between the faded inks marking Devil's Creek and Old Mill Road, was a thin, dashed line. It snaked from the edge of the map, vanished beneath the printed border, then reappeared 2 inches later, terminating in a small, perfect circle labeled in meticulous, spidery script, ventilation shaft, access tunnel, sealed, 1923. Below that, in newer ink, shaky and desperate, don't open it. H. Henry, my great-uncle, the one who vanished in 47, the one they found 3 days later, 10 miles from anywhere, babbling about the singing in the walls. Before he stopped speaking entirely, he died 2 weeks after that, eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling, a single dried tear track cutting through the grime on his cheek. My friends, Lena, Ben, and Priya, thought it was a dare, a mystery, a score. Priya, with her archaeology degree and restless hands, traced the dashed line with a fingertip. It's a maintenance tunnel for the old aqueduct, probably just collapsed or full of bats. Ben, ever the pragmatist, squinted. Sealed in 1923? What did they seal it from? Lena, quiet, intuitive Lena, just touched the initials, Ch, and shivered. It feels heavy. We went anyway. Blackwater Hollow wasn't a town. It was a scar, a depression in the land where the forest grew thicker, darker, the pines leaning inward like conspirators. The air was cooler there, damper, smelling of wet stone and decaying leaves, even in high summer. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, just the low, constant sigh of wind through the canyon, a sound like distant breathing. The map led us off the overgrown logging road, down a steep, root-choked ravine, slick with moss. Devil's Creek wasn't a creek anymore, just a cracked bed of black shale, littered with smooth, water-worn stones the color of dried blood. We crossed it, boots slipping on the shale, the silence pressing in. Then we saw it, the ventilation shaft, not a hole, a monument. A cylinder of poured concrete, 10 feet in diameter, rising 15 feet from the creek bed like a broken tooth. Its surface was pitted, stained with rust-colored mineral deposits, wrapped in thick iron bands bolted deep into the stone. At its base, set into the concrete like a grim mouth, was a door, not wood, not steel. Iron, 3 inches thick, riveted shut, blackened with age and something else. Soot, maybe, but too uniform, too deliberate. And across its center, bolted through the iron itself, was a lock, not a padlock, a hasp. Forged iron, shaped like interlocking hands, fingers clasped in a grip so tight the knuckles were rendered in painful detail. The keyhole wasn't a hole, it was an eye, a smooth, polished circle of obsidian set deep in the center of the clasped hands. No keyhole, Ben muttered, running a hand over the cold iron. Just an eye. Priya knelt, flashlight beam trembling slightly. Look! She pointed to the base of the shaft. Scratched into the concrete, almost erased by time and weather, were words, not carved, gouged, as if by frantic fingernails. "It knows when you look." Lena backed away, her face pale. "We should go, now." But Priya was already pulling tools from her pack. Crowbar, hammer, cold chisel. "It's just a seal, probably just collapsed earth. We'll take a peek. 5 minutes, then we leave." Ben, ever loyal, ever curious, nodded. 5 minutes. I stood frozen, staring at the obsidian eye. It wasn't reflecting the weak sunlight filtering through the pines. It was reflecting me, but not as I was. Taller, thinner, eyes wide, black, unblinking, smiling. The iron didn't yield. The crowbar bent, the chisel snapped. The hammer blows rang out, sharp and final, in the suffocating silence, each clang, seeming to hang in the air long after the sound should have faded, vibrating in my teeth, in my bones. Clang, clang, clang. On the 7th blow, the obsidian eye cracked, not shattered, a single hairline fracture radiating from the center like a spider's leg, and from within the shaft, a sound, not a groan of shifting earth, a sigh, long, wet, deeply, profoundly relieved. The air changed. The damp coolness vanished, replaced by a wave of dry, stale heat, the smell of ancient dust, ozone, and beneath it, the faint, sweet rot stench of something long entombed and not quite dead. The fracture in the obsidian? I pulsed. A faint, greenish light bled through. Thump! A vibration, not from the ground, from the door, like a heart waking up. Thump! Thump! Priya dropped the hammer. What the hell was that? Ben's face was ashen. "We need to go." Lena was already scrambling back up the ravine, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Priya hesitated, eyes locked on the pulsing light. It's just geothermal, or gas, methane buildup, pressure release." The iron hands moved, not much, a fraction of an inch, the clasped fingers unclasped, just enough. A gap opened, darkness within, and a whisper, not one voice, hundreds, layered, overlapping, exhausted, eager. "Open, please, open." Priya reached out. "Don't!" Lena screamed from the ridge, but Priya's fingers touched the obsidian eye. The fracture spread. Crack. The light flared, bright, sickly green. The iron hands fell away. The door didn't swing open. It unfolded, like a flower blooming in reverse. Iron petals peeled back, silent, smooth, revealing not a tunnel mouth, a throat, dark, glistening, lined with ridges of something that looked like stone, but moved, pulsing, contracting, and from within, the heat intensified, the whispering rose to a chorus. "Thank you." Priya didn't scream. She stepped forward into the throat. Ben lunged, grabbing her arm. She turned. Her eyes weren't hers. They were black, solid, reflecting the green light. Her smile was too wide. "It's not dark in there," she said, her voice layered, a child's, a man's, a woman's, all speaking at once. "It's home." She pulled free, vanished into the darkness. The throat closed behind her, silently, leaving only the green light pulsing in the obsidian eye, now whole again. Ben stared at his empty hand. "Priya?" Silence. Then a new sound from deep within the shaft. A rhythm. Thump! 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 Not one heart, many, synchronized. Thump! 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 Ben picked up the hammer. "Priya!" he yelled, his voice raw. He slammed the hammer against the iron door. Clang! The green light flared. The obsidian eye blinked. The door unfolded again, wider this time. The throat glistened. The whispering was clearer now. Benjamin, we remember your laugh, the day you fixed the swing, the blue kite. Come see. Ben froze. His name, his story, things only Priya knew. He looked at me, eyes wide with terror and a terrible dawning hope. Maybe she's okay. Maybe it's not. He took a step. Ben, no. I grabbed his arm. He looked at me, really looked. Jamie, what if it's not bad? What if it's just lost? What if it needs us? He pulled free, walked to the throat, didn't hesitate, stepped in. The door closed. The green light pulsed. Thump, thump, thump. Louder, faster. Lena was sobbing now, curled on the ridge above. Make it stop, Jamie, please. Make it stop. I stood alone before the shaft. The obsidian eye watched me. The whispering shifted, softer, sadder. James, Ellie misses you. She's waiting, just like before. Ellie, my sister, gone 32 years. My breath caught. The fracture reappeared in the obsidian. The door unfolded. Just a crack. Green light spilled out, pooling on the black shale, and in the light, a shape, small, a hand, pale, child-sized, reaching out, fingers curled. Come. I knew it was a trap. I knew it was madness, but the hollow place inside me, the one Ellie left, ached with a sudden, unbearable fullness. The promise of her, of answers, of her. I took a step, then another. The green light washed over me, warm, inviting. The whispering became a single voice. Ellie's. Don't be scared, Jamie. I reached the threshold, looked into the throat. Not darkness, light, soft, golden, and within it, a park. Silver pines, the sky spiral turning, the carousel spinning, children laughing. Ellie stood at the base of the Ferris wheel, wearing her yellow sundress, whole, unharmed, smiling. She held out her hand. Just one more ride. The scent of cotton candy and diesel filled my nostrils. The sound of the calliope, bright, cheerful, wound through the green light. It wasn't the tunnel, it was home. The place I'd been running from and toward my whole life. I stepped in. The door closed behind me. Silence. Then the thumping stopped, replaced by a new sound, a single, clear note, like a music box, winding up. The inside wasn't a tunnel. It was a vein. Smooth, warm walls, pulsing gently, lined with a network of faintly glowing filaments, green, gold, amber, like capillaries carrying light instead of blood. The air hummed, a low, resonant frequency that vibrated in my chest, in my teeth, in the hollows behind my eyes. It wasn't oppressive. It was nourishing, like sinking into warm water after a lifetime of cold. The path sloped downward, gentle, winding, no branches, just the one way, forward. The golden light ahead grew brighter, closer. I heard laughter, real laughter, children's laughter, Ellie's laugh. I broke into a run. The path opened, a cavern, not a cave, a chamber, vast, cathedral-like. The walls weren't rock. They were glass. Thousands of panes fused together, forming a seamless, curved surface that stretched into darkness above. And behind the glass, movement. Figures, hundreds of them, walking, sitting, talking, playing, all in period dress, 1920s suits, 1940s dresses, 1970s bell-bottoms, all smiling, all whole, all alive. Priya stood near the center, her back to me, talking animatedly to a woman in a floral apron. She turned. Her eyes were still black, but her smile was real, peaceful. "Jamie," she called, her voice clear, unlayered. "You made it." Ben was nearby, on his knees in the soft, moss-like ground, helping a young boy fly a blue kite. He looked up, grinned. Told you it wasn't bad." Lena stood apart, arms wrapped around herself, tears streaming down her face. But she wasn't crying in fear. She was crying in relief. She saw me and ran, throwing her arms around me. "It's real," she sobbed. "It's all real. They're here." "Who?" I whispered. "The lost ones," she said, pulling back, her eyes shining. "The forgotten, the ones the world let go. The tunnel. It doesn't take, it holds." She pointed to the glass wall. I looked closer. The figures weren't just walking. They were remembered. A man in a soldier's uniform polishing his boots, humming a tune only he could hear. A little girl braiding dandelions into a crown, her mother watching with a soft smile. An old man reading a newspaper dated October 3rd, 1955 hours, the ink still fresh. And there, near the front, Ellie. She saw me, dropped the dandelion crown, ran. She crashed into me, small arms wrapping tight around my waist, burying her face in my shirt. I held her, trembling. She was warm, solid, real. "Jamie," she whispered, muffled, "I waited so long." "I'm sorry," I choked out. "I'm so sorry I left." "You didn't leave," she said, pulling back, wiping her eyes. Her face was clean, her yellow dress bright, her eyes brown, clear, hers held mine. "You got scared. The door closed. I couldn't open it from this side, but I knew you'd come back. I knew." She took my hand. "Come on, there's someone you need to see." She led me deeper into the chamber. The air grew warmer, the humming deeper, the light brighter. At the very center of the cavern stood a structure. Not a building, a tree, but not of wood, of light. A massive, pulsing column of pure golden radiance branching out into fractal patterns that mirrored the filaments in the tunnel walls. Its leaves were shimmering orbs of light, thousands of them, drifting slowly around the trunk like fireflies. Beneath it, on a simple stone bench, sat a woman, dark hair streaked with silver, tired eyes, a familiar smile. My mother, gone since '98, presumed dead. She looked up. Her smile widened. "Hello, Jamie," she said, her voice the sound of home. "Took you long enough." I fell to my knees. She held out her arms. I went into them. The scent of her, lavender and vanilla, flooded my senses. The hollow place inside me didn't just fill, it healed. She stroked my hair. "It's okay, sweetheart. You're safe now. We all are." She nodded toward the light tree. "The heart," she said softly. "It remembers everything, every laugh, every tear, every lost moment. It holds us, keeps us whole. When the world forgets, the heart remembers." Ellie squeezed my hand. "It's not a prison, Jamie. It's a sanctuary, a place where no one is ever truly gone." Lena joined us, sitting on a bench beside my mother, resting her head on her shoulder like a daughter. "It showed me my grandmother," she whispered, "the one who died when I was born. She sang me the lullaby my mom forgot." Ben and Priya approached, the boy with the blue kite hovering near Ben's leg. "We asked it to show us," Priya said, her black eyes gentle. "Not to take, to remember. It listens." "It's not evil," Ben added, his voice thick with emotion. "It's lonely. It needs witnesses. To prove the memories are real." My mother looked at me. "The tunnel isn't a door out, Jamie. It's a door in to what matters." She stood, took my hand. Ellie took the other. They led me to the base of the heart. The golden light was warm on my skin. The humming vibrated in my bones. My mother placed my palm flat against the trunk. The light flared. Images flooded my mind. Not memories, truths. Ellie, not lost, but called, drawn by the heart's resonance, a child sensitive to its song. Me, fleeing in blind panic, the tunnel ceiling behind me, not to trap her, but to protect the sanctuary from the outside world's forgetting. Henry, my great-uncle, not driven mad, but overwhelmed by the sheer weight of love, the depth of memory, the sheer presence of the heart. He hadn't screamed about terror. He'd wept at the beauty of it. The ceiling in 1923, not to contain a horror, but to preserve a miracle. The town fathers, witnesses to the first emergence after the mine collapse, had understood. They'd built the shaft. They'd forged the door. They'd written the warning, "Don't open it." Not because it was dangerous, because it was precious, because the world wasn't ready, because the heart needed silence, stillness to hold its breath. Until now, until us. The light softened. My mother smiled. "It's time," she said. "Time for what?" "To choose." She gestured around the chamber. "To stay, to be remembered, to be whole, or to go back, to carry the memory, to be the witness." Ellie looked up at me, her eyes wide, trusting. "You don't have to stay, Jamie, but I hope you do." The heart pulsed. The light shifted. The chamber walls, the glass became transparent, not showing the figures, showing outside. The ravine, the black shale, the iron shaft, and standing before it, 3 figures, me, Lena, Ben, all staring at the sealed door, faces pale with terror. Me, the me who hadn't stepped through, the me still on the outside. The choice wasn't about staying or leaving. It was about which me would walk back out, the hollow one or the whole one. My mother kissed my forehead. "No wrong choice, sweetheart. Only truth." She stepped back. Ellie held my hand tighter. The heart hummed. The light waited. I looked at the outside me, terrified, alone, carrying 32 years of grief like a stone in his chest. I looked at Ellie, alive, real, here. I looked at my mother, smiling, whole. I looked at Lena and Ben, peaceful, found. The hollow place was gone, replaced by a warmth so profound it felt like the first true breath I'd taken since I was 8 years old. I squeezed Ellie's hand, turned to my mother, and nodded. She smiled. The heart pulsed once, bright, golden, complete. The glass walls faded, the chamber filled with light, not blinding, welcoming. The last thing I saw, the last thing I was the outside me. He turned away from the shaft, walked back up the ravine, didn't look back. His shoulders were straighter, his step lighter. He carried no stone. He carried a secret, a promise, a memory. He reached the top. Lena and Ben, the outside ones, were waiting. They looked at him. He looked at them. And for the first time in 32 years, he smiled, a real smile, not whole, but healing. He took their hands. They walked away from Blackwater Hollow, back toward the world. The iron shaft stood silent. The obsidian eye watched them go. Then, slowly, the green light within it faded. The fracture sealed. The iron hands clasped tight once more. The tunnel slept, holding its breath, holding its heart, holding its family, waiting for the next lost soul to find a map, to hear the whisper, to choose. The locked tunnel wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. And the most terrifying, beautiful thing about it, it only opens for those who are truly ready to come home. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. We found a road that circles back to a town that isn't there anymore. I never meant to end up anywhere like this. It started, like most of the really bad things in my life, with the decision made out of exhaustion and desperation. Two things that dull the edges of judgment, make you think, this can't be that bad when in fact it can. It always can. The GPS had stopped working an hour ago, just froze mid-turn, the little blue dot blinking erratically before the screen went black and wouldn't reboot. No matter how many times I jabbed the power button, my phone had long since given up too. 1 bar, then none. I was somewhere in the folded hills of central Pennsylvania, where the roads wind like frayed laces through a maze of old coal towns and hollows that time forgot. I'd taken this route, back roads mostly, because Google Maps said it'd save me 45 minutes on the drive from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg. A shortcut, the kind of shortcut you only take when you're already running late, low on gas, and too tired to care about the consequences. The sun had set hours ago. The sky was a thick, inky smear, punctuated only by the occasional flicker of lightning far to the south. Heat, lightning maybe, or something else. I couldn't tell. My headlights cut through the mist that had settled over the valley like a shroud, curling around the trunks of skeletal oaks and pooling in the dips of the road. The asphalt here wasn't well maintained. Patches of gravel, potholes deep enough to rattle my fillings, shoulders that dropped off into black nothingness. I kept both hands on the wheel, knuckles white, jaw clenched. Then the sign appeared. It wasn't lit. There were no reflectors on it, just faded green metal, rust bleeding from its edges like old wounds. I almost missed it. The car's beams caught it at a slant, just enough to illuminate the words in peeling sun-bleached enamel. Welcome to Hazelwood, Incorporated, 1892, Pop, 117. Below it, a smaller sign, newer, but just as weathered. Road closed beyond this point. Detour, 12 miles. I slowed. Hazelwood? I didn't recognize the name. I'd lived in western PA for 6 years, driven every back route between Pittsburgh and State College at least once. Logging roads, fire access trails, forgotten county spurs, and I'd never seen Hazelwood on a map. Not on Google, not on my paper atlas. I reached for my phone again. Still dead. I'd forgotten to charge it before leaving, and the car's USB port had been glitching for weeks. I sat there, idling, staring at the sign. The detour would add time I didn't have. My sister's wedding was tomorrow afternoon, and I was already pushing it. If I turned back now, I'd lose at least an hour, maybe 2, finding an alternate route in the dark. And then I noticed something else. The road didn't look closed. No barricades, no orange cones, no road ends warnings. Just the sign, road closed beyond this. Point, and then the pavement continuing smooth and unbroken, vanishing into the mist ahead. I exhaled, took my foot off the brake. I crossed the sign. It was stupid, I know that now, but in the moment it felt rational, logical. Roads get mislabeled. Signs go up for repairs that never happen. Maybe the detour was outdated. Maybe a storm had washed out a bridge farther on and they planned to close it but hadn't gotten around to it. Small towns do that. I've seen it. So I drove. The road narrowed. The trees closed in tighter. My headlights picked up the glint of broken glass near the shoulder, old beer bottles maybe, or something worse. The mist thickened, not just hanging in the air, but clinging, like cobwebs against the windshield. I turned on the wipers. They squealed, smearing more than clearing. 10 minutes in, I passed the first house. It sat about 50 yards off the road, half hidden behind a thicket of dead sumac. 2 stories. Clapboard siding peeled back in long gray strips. The windows were gone, just jagged holes, black and depthless. A sagging porch leaned precariously on one rotted post. A rusted swing hung from a skeletal oak in the yard, swaying slightly, though there was no wind. I didn't stop, didn't slow, but I felt it, the weight of being watched. Not paranoia, not the usual nighttime jitters of driving alone in the middle of nowhere. This was different. It was like the air itself had turned dense, charged, as if the whole valley were holding its breath. I checked the rear view. The house was gone behind a curve. I reached for the radio. Static. I twisted the dial. Nothing but white noise rising and falling in slow rhythmic pulses, like breathing. Then ahead. Light. Not car headlights, not street lights. A dull amber glow, steady, low to the ground. I rounded a bend, and there it was. A gas station, or what used to be one. The sign above the canopy read, Hazelwood Shell. The red and yellow faded to a sickly ochre. The pumps were ancient, chrome dinosaurs, nozzles hanging slack like broken limbs. The glass in the front doors was shattered, but the interior wasn't dark. A single bulb burned behind the counter. I pulled in. Not because I needed gas, my tank was still half full, but because the sight of light, of any sign of human presence, was a relief so sharp it brought tears to my eyes. I killed the engine. Silence. Not the ordinary quiet of the countryside. No crickets, no owls, no distant hum of power lines, just nothing. A vacuum. My own heartbeat thudded in my ears, loud enough that I could feel it in my throat. I stepped out. The air was colder than it should have been, mid-June, but it felt like October. Damp, metallic, like the smell before a storm, but sharper, like old pennies, like blood left to dry in the sun. The door to the station creaked open before I reached for it, not blown by wind, not stuck and swinging. It opened inward, smoothly, as if someone had just stepped back from it. I froze. Hello? My voice cracked. No answer. I stepped inside. The bulb behind the counter flickered once, twice, then steadied. Dust hung in the air, motes catching the light like slow falling stars. The shelves were still stocked, mostly. Cans of soda, their labels yellowed and peeling. Boxes of crackers, bloated with moisture. A rack of comic books, covers warped, pages fused together. A rotary phone sat on the counter, off the hook, its cord trailing down into the darkness beneath. And behind the counter, a newspaper. The Hazelwood Gazette, dated June the 17th, 1974. I picked it up. The paper was brittle, crumbling at the edges. The headline read, Final Evacuation Order Issued. Residents to leave by sunset. Below it, a smaller subheading. Officials cite unstable subsurface conditions as reason for permanent closure. I flipped it open. The ink had bled in places, but I could still read fragments. No official cause given for the tremors. 3 families reported missing last week. Mrs. Eleanor Voss, 68, claims she heard the town speaking in the walls. Authorities deny rumors of sinkholes swallowing homes whole, all utilities to be shut off at midnight. My hands were shaking. 1974, 52 years ago. I looked around. The cash register was open. Inside, 2 dimes, a penny, and a photograph. A black and white print, slightly curled at the corners. A group of people standing in front of this very gas station. Men in work shirts, women in floral dresses, children barefoot in the dirt. They were smiling, but their eyes were wrong. Not closed, not squinting, just empty. Like the sockets had been scooped out and filled with wet clay. I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the floor and landed face down. I backed out of the station fast, fumbling for my keys. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. Get back in the car, turn around, go back the way I came. Now. I didn't look at the photo again. I didn't look at the phone. I didn't look at the dark hallway behind the counter, the one that led deeper into the building where the flickering light didn't reach. I drove hard, fast, tires spitting gravel as I swung the car back onto the road, engine whining, foot heavy on the gas. But the road didn't curve back the way I'd come. It straightened. And ahead, through the thinning mist, the amber glow returned. Not one light this time. Dozens. A cluster of them. Windows, street lamps, a flickering neon open sign over a diner. Hazelwood, not ruins, not a ghost town frozen in decay. Alive. I slowed. The town unfolded before me like a diorama lit from within. A main street. Chestnut Avenue, according to a chipped stone marker at the intersection. 2 lanes, cracked but paved, sidewalks of uneven concrete, weeds pushing through the seams. A row of storefronts. Miller's Hardware, the Corner Diner, Hazelwood Savings and Loan, Doc Harlan, dentist and optometrist. Every window glowed with warm yellow light. Curtains were drawn in some, lace, floral patterns, but in others I could see movement, shadows passing behind glass. A bell chimed. I flinched. It came from the fire station, a squat brick building with a tower, the bell hanging in the open belfry, swaying gently. No rope attached, no wind. I rolled to a stop at the center of town, near a small green with a bandstand and a rusted cannon. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my fingers ached. This wasn't possible. I checked my phone again. Still dead. I opened the glove compartment, dug out the paper atlas I kept for emergencies, flipped to Pennsylvania, scanned the counties. Cambria, Blair, Center, Clearfield, no Hazelwood, not on any map. I looked up. A man stood on the sidewalk across the street. He wore a brown work coat, suspenders, a flat cap, pulled low. His hands were in his pockets. He wasn't moving, just watching. I rolled down my window. "Excuse me." My voice was thin, reedy. He didn't respond. "Sir, is this Hazelwood?" Still nothing. Then he raised one hand, not a wave, a point. Down the street, past the diner, past the bank, toward the edge of town, where the road continued, straight, unbroken, into the woods again. My eyes followed his finger, and that's when I saw it. The sign, identical to the one at the town's entrance. "Welcome to Hazelwood Incorporated, 1892. Pop 1 2-ounce mine." I turned my head, looked behind me. There, on the opposite side of the green, was another sign. Same words, same rust, same peeling paint. I was inside the loop. I hadn't driven into Hazelwood, I'd driven around it. And now I was in it. I slammed the car into reverse, tires screeching, heart hammering like a trapped thing against my ribs. I backed up 50 feet, swung the wheel hard, and aimed for the road I'd come in on, the one past the gas station. But when I reached the edge of town, there was no gas station, just the sign, and the road curving ahead, mist-shrouded, leading back toward the amber glow. I tried the other way, north, south, east. Every road out of Hazelwood led me back to Chestnut Avenue. Every turn brought me past the bandstand, the cannon, the fire station with its silent bell. I passed the same storefronts, saw the same figures in windows, not waving, not shouting, just there, still as statues, watching me drive by for the third time, the fourth, the fifth. By the seventh loop, I stopped counting. My gas gauge dropped from half to a quarter, then to an eighth. The engine began to sputter on the inclines, long, shallow rises that shouldn't have taxed it, but did. I pulled into the gravel lot beside the diner. The corner diner. The neon sign buzzed, flickering, open in uneven stutters. Windows were steamed. Inside, booths lined the walls, red vinyl cracked and patched with duct tape. A counter with 10 stools, a coffee pot percolating on a hot plate. The door opened as I approached, not by itself this time, by a woman. She stood in the doorway, wiping her hands on a flour-smeared apron, mid-50s maybe, gray hair pinned up in a loose bun, round glasses, a kind face, except for the eyes. The same emptiness I'd seen in a photograph. Not hostile, not friendly, just absent. Like her soul had been scooped out and replaced with something quiet, something waiting. "You're late," she said. Her voice was soft, familiar, like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. I didn't mean to come here," I said. "My GPS died. You're late," she repeated, stepping aside. "Dinner's almost ready." I didn't move. She tilted her head. "You are coming in, aren't you? We've been waiting." "Waiting for what?" My voice broke. She didn't answer, just smiled, a small, tight thing that didn't reach her eyes, and gestured inside. I looked back at my car, keys still in the ignition. Door open. I could run, get in, try one more time. But the gas gauge now read E, and in the distance, the bell chimed again, once, slow, deliberate, like a heartbeat. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Coffee, bacon, cinnamon rolls, all of it rich, warm, real. The kind of smell that makes your stomach clench with longing, but beneath it, something else. Faint at first, then stronger, the coppery tang of blood, the sour milk reek of decay. Not rotten meat, something older, deeper, like the earth after a grave is opened. The diner was full, every booth, every stool, men, women, children, all dressed in 1970s clothes, bell-bottoms, polyester shirts, headbands, thick-framed glasses. They ate in silence. Forks scraped plates, coffee cups lifted and lowered. But no one spoke. No one laughed. No clink of cutlery beyond the bare minimum. And all of them, had the same eyes. Empty, glossy, like river stones smoothed by time and pressure. The woman led me to a booth in the back. A place was set. White plate, steel fork, glass of water, condensation beating on the sides, a single slice of pie. Cherry. The filling dark, almost black, the crust golden, flaky. "Eat," she said, sliding into the seat across from me. "I'm not hungry." "You are," she said gently. "You just don't know it yet." I looked around. A little girl in a yellow dress stared at me from the next booth. She held a doll with button eyes. Only one remained. The other socket was a dark hole. She raised her free hand and pointed at me, just like the man had. Then she opened her mouth. No sound came out, but her jaw kept opening, wider, wider, until her shin touched her collarbone, and from the darkness inside, a sound, not a voice, a chorus. Whispers, hundreds of them, layered, overlapping, speaking in no language I knew, and yet understanding every word. "You drove the loop, you saw the sign, you came back, You're ours now. You belong here. You always have." I shoved back from the table. The woman didn't move. "You can't leave," she said, not unkindly. "Not anymore." "Why not?" I choked out. She reached across the table, took my hand. Her skin was cold, dry, not like flesh, like paper left too long in a drawer. "Because Hazelwood doesn't let go," she said. "Not once it's had a taste." I yanked my hand away, ran out the door, past the fire station, past screen, to my car. The engine turned over once, twice, then died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery light glowed red. I got out, walked to the front of the car. The headlights were out. The hood was warm. I popped it. Steam curled up from the engine block, but the radiator was dry, bone dry, and etched into the metal of the air filter housing something that hadn't been there before. Words, scratched deep, jagged, as if done with a nail or a shard of glass. "Welcome home." I backed away, looked up. The town was different now. The lights were dimmer, the windows darker. The figures were no longer in the booths, the stores. They were outside, standing on the sidewalks, on the lawns, in the street. Dozens of them, hundreds, all facing me, none moving, just watching, waiting. The woman from the diner stood at the edge of the green, her apron now stained dark red down the front. She raised her hand again, not pointing this time. Inviting. Behind her, the bell in the fire tower began to toll. Not one chime, a slow, steady rhythm. Boom, 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 like a giant's heart, like the pulse of the earth itself. And beneath it, I heard it, a low, grinding sound, not from the town, from under it. A deep, tectonic groan, the sound of something vast shifting in its sleep. The ground trembled, just slightly, enough to make the coffee cup on the diner's windowsill rattle, enough to crack the sidewalk at my feet. A hairline fracture no wider than a pencil, but inside the crack, not dirt, not rock. Teeth, hundreds of them, small, sharp, human size but wrong, too many cusps, too many roots, fused together in a writhing, interlocking mass. And they were moving, opening, closing, chewing. I stumbled back, tripped, fell onto the grass near the cannon. The bell tolled again. Boom. The crack widened. Boom. More teeth. A jawbone curved like a crescent moon rising from the earth. Boom. A hand, gray, bloated, fingers too long, gripped the edge of the fissure. Then another, then a face, not decayed, not skeletal. Preserved, like it had been kept in formaldehyde for 50 years, eyes open, mouth sewn shut with thick black thread, but the skin, it rippled, as if something beneath it was trying to get out. More hands emerged, dozens, pulling, climbing. The townspeople didn't scream, they didn't run. They stepped forward, one by one, and as each passed the fissure, they changed. Their clothes darkened, stiffened, turning to burial shrouds. Their skin paled, then grayed. Their mouths unstitched themselves, and from the darkness within, the chorus rose, louder, clearer, not whispers now, a song, a hymn, old, older than the town, older than the coal seams beneath it, older than the mountains. It wasn't in English, but I understood it. It said, "You drove the loop, you passed the sign, you entered the circle, you are the offering, you are the key, you are the one who closes the door, by becoming the lock." I scrambled to my feet, ran, not toward the road, toward the woods, away from the green, away from the bell, away from the thing rising from the earth. Branches tore at my arms, roots snagged my ankles. The forest here wasn't natural. It was dense, choked with vines that felt like sinew, trees with bark that resembled scar tissue. I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out. I collapsed against the trunk of a massive oak, its roots coiled above the ground like serpents, panting, crying, praying, and that's when I saw it, taped to the tree, a piece of paper, yellowed, brittle, a map, hand-drawn, ink faded, a single road looping endlessly. At the center, Hazelwood. Around the loop, in careful looping script, if you see the sign, do not pass it. If you pass it, do not stop. If you stop, do not enter. If you enter, do not eat. If you eat, do not sleep. If you sleep, you wake up inside the walls, and the town remembers your name. At the bottom, scrawled in shaky red. He tried to warn us. He failed. Now he's part of the foundation. EV 61674, Eleanor Voss, the woman from the article, the one who said she heard the town speaking. I looked up. The woods was silent, too silent. Then movement between the trees, shapes not running, not chasing. Walking, slowly, patiently, carrying shovels, ropes, a coil of black thread, and leading them, the woman from the diner. Her apron was gone. She wore a white dress now, a wedding dress, torn, stained. The veil covered her face, but I could see her eyes through the lace, still empty, still waiting. I turned, ran again, blindly, stumbled into a clearing, and there, my car, parked neatly on the shoulder of the road, engine off, keys in the ignition. The headlights were on. I didn't question it. I ran to it, yanked the door open, slammed it shut, locked it, turned the key. The engine roared to life. I threw it in drive, floored it. The tires spun, caught, and I shot forward, back onto the road. The mist was gone. The sky, clear, stars bright. I didn't look back. I drove for hours, no signs, no towns, just the road, straight and empty. At dawn, I saw it, a green mile marker. Harrisburg, 14 miles. I sobbed, real, alive. I made it. I pulled into a gas station just outside the city, filled the tank, bought coffee, a protein bar. Sat in the car, shaken, watching the sunrise. Safe. It was over. I texted my sister, running late, but on my way, love you. She replied instantly, where are you? Ceremony starts in 20 mins. I frowned, checked the clock on the dash. 6:47 a.m., June 18th. My phone buzzed, a notification from an unknown number, no name, no profile, just a single image, a photograph, black and white. Me, sitting in the booth at the diner, eyes empty, mouth slightly open, a slice of cherry pie in front of me, and in the background, through the window, the bandstand, the cannon, the fire station, and the sign. Welcome to Hazelwood Pop. Pontuortinin. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floorboard. I looked up. Through the windshield. The gas station attendant, a young man in a blue vest, was walking toward my car. He smiled, raised his hand, not a wave. A point. Down the road. Toward Harrisburg. I followed his finger, and there, just beyond the pumps, half hidden by the rising sun, a faded green sign. Rust, bleeding from its edges. Welcome to Hazelwood. My breath stopped. The engine idled. The radio, silent until now, crackled to life. Static. Then a voice, soft, familiar, the woman from the diner. You're late, she whispered through the speakers. But don't worry, we saved you a seat. I looked in the rear view. Behind me, the road stretched straight and empty. Ahead of me, Harrisburg. But between the car and the city line, one last curve. And waiting at the apex of that curve, A flickering neon sign. Open. The corner diner. Steam on the windows. A place. Set. A slice of pie. Cooling. Waiting. Just for me. I put the car in drive. And I kept going, because what else is there to do? When the loop closes, you don't escape. You just learn to drive it smoother. You learn to smile when they point. You learn to eat the pie. You learn to like the taste of copper and cinnamon. You learn to love the sound of the bell. Boom! You learn to sew your own mouth shut. Boom! You learn to wait. Boom! For the next one. The one who sees the sign. The one who thinks, this can't be that bad. The one who crosses it, just like you did. And when they come staggering into town, wild-eyed and gasping, you'll be there, at the diner, in the booth, eyes empty, smiling, holding a fork and a napkin, ready to welcome them home. Because Hazelwood doesn't let go. It absorbs. It digests. It remembers. And the road? The road wasn't leading to the town. It was the town's intestine. And we're all just food, chewed slowly, over decades, over centuries, savored, until the hunger stirs again, and the bell tolls. Boom, once for the lost. Boom, once for the found. Boom, once for the ones who are still driving, still thinking they'll make it out, still believing the loop has an end. It doesn't. It never did. It's a circle, a mouth, and tonight, maybe, you'll see the sign, faded, rusted, innocent, and you'll think, just a little farther, just this once, and you'll cross it, and the road will welcome you with open arms and stitched shut lips, and a slice of cherry pie, dark, sweet, and just a little bit warm, like blood, like home. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The mountain lodge that wasn't there during the daylight. The storm hit at dusk. Not a summer squall, but a proper snarling November tempest. Wind screaming through the pines like a banshee with a grudge. Sleet turning the mountain road into a ribbon of black ice. Visibility dropping to 10 feet, then 5, then nothing but the frantic sweep of my wipers and the sickening lurch of the tires sliding on the shoulder. I was 10 miles from the nearest town, 40 from the rental cabin I'd booked for the weekend. My phone had died an hour ago, the GPS a useless blue void. The rental car's heater wheezed like a consumptive asthmatic, and my daughter Lily, 6 years old and prone to car sickness, was making small, frightened noises in the back seat, clutching her stuffed rabbit, Mr. Hops, like a lifeline. "Almost there, sweetie," I lied, my knuckles white on the wheel. "Just need to find a pull-out." There were no pull-outs, only the road, the trees, and the gathering. Dark. Then a light, not a headlight, a window, warm, golden, steady. Through the swirling sleet, it hung in the air like a promise, a single pane of light high up on the mountainside to the right of the road. I slowed, peered. Beyond the light, a shape, a building, timber-framed, stone chimney, a steep, snow-dusted roof, a mountain lodge, exactly the kind of place that would have a roaring fire, thick blankets, and a pot of strong coffee. Impossible. I knew this road. Hiked it every summer. There was no lodge here, just forest, steep, unforgiving forest. But the light was real. The silhouette was real. And the road, as if guided by an unseen hand, curved gently off the asphalt onto a narrow gravel track, clearly recently graded, the stones still sharp and clean, leading straight toward it. I didn't hesitate. I drove. The track climbed, winding through pines heavy with ice. The sleet lessened. The wind died to a low moan. The lodge grew larger, more defined. 2 stories, wide porch, smoke curling lazily from the chimney. A hand-painted sign hung over the double doors. The everlasting pines, rest and refuge. No cars in the small graveled lot, no footprints in the fresh snow, just the light, the smoke, the promise of shelter. I parked, cut the engine. The silence was immediate, profound. Not the silence of emptiness, but of holding breath. Lily unclicked her seatbelt. "Is that where we're sleeping, Daddy?" "Yes, sweetie, just for tonight." We got out. The cold hit like a physical blow, dry, sharp, smelling of pine resin and wood smoke. The air was still. The storm for this pocket of mountain was over. The front door stood open, not ajar. Open, inviting, warmth and the scent of beeswax and baking bread washed over us. I hesitated. No bell, no desk, no sign of life, just an empty lobby. Dark wood floors, a massive stone fireplace, cold and ash-filled, stuffed armchairs, a grandfather clock in the corner, hands frozen at 11:59, and on the wall above the fireplace, a photograph, black and white, faded, a group of people standing on this very porch, men in wool coats, women in fur stoles, children in knickers and bonnets, smiling, healthy, happy. The date scrawled in white ink at the bottom, December 1st, 1934. I knew that date, not from history books, from the small laminated placard nailed to the trailhead 5 miles back down the mountain, Memorial, the Everlasting Pines, Tragedy, November 30th, 1934, 27 lost in avalanche. The lodge had been buried, every soul inside, no survivors. This couldn't be it. This lodge was pristine. I stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind us, softly, finally. The lobby wasn't empty. A man stood behind a polished oak desk. He was tall, gaunt, dressed in a perfectly pressed charcoal suit that looked decades out of style, his silver hair combed back severely, his face long and pale, eyes the color of weak tea behind wire-rimmed glasses. He didn't look up from the ledger he was writing in. "Room for 2, he said. His voice was dry, papery, like pages turning in a sealed tomb. Not a question. "Yes, please." He tore a key from a brass ring, old, heavy, stamped 3, and slid it across the desk. His fingers were long, yellowed, nails ridged like old ivory. "Room 3, 3rd floor, east wing. Checkout is at dawn. Do not be late." He finally looked up. His eyes held mine, not unkindly, with a deep, weary recognition. "Mrs. Gable expects you." "Mrs. Gable?" "The housekeeper. She'll show you to your room. Follow the red runner." He turned back to his ledger. I looked down. A narrow strip of crimson carpet, vivid, almost unnaturally bright, led from the desk, past the cold fireplace, and up a wide, curving staircase. Lily tugged my hand. "Daddy, who's Mrs. Gable?" "I don't know, sweetie. Let's find out." We followed the red runner. The stairs groaned. Not the usual creak of old wood, but a low, wet squelch, like stepping on something buried just beneath the surface. The second-floor hallway was dim, lit by wall sconces casting trembling pools of light on floral wallpaper, roses, but the petals seemed to curl inward like clenched fists. Doors lined both sides, all closed, all numbered. The red runner continued upward. 3rd floor, the air was colder here. Still, the scent of beeswax was gone, replaced by something faintly sweet, like apples left to rot in a desk drawer. Room 3. The door was solid oak, dark with age, no peephole, no number plate, just a brass keyhole tarnished black around the edges. I inserted the key. It turned with a sound like a bone snapping. The door opened inward. The room was small, Spartan. A narrow bed with an iron frame, a nightstand with a ceramic lamp, shade-stained yellow, a straight-backed chair, and a small dresser with a mirror clouded at the edges. The window looked out over the mountainside, a sea of black pines, the storm clouds parting to reveal a sliver of moon. It was clean, too clean, no dust, no fingerprints on the lamp. The sheets were crisp, hospital white, tucked with military precision. Lily dropped Mr. Hops on the bed. "It's nice, Daddy." "Yes," I said, though the stillness pressed against my eardrums. "Very nice." I closed the door. The lock clicked, not from me, from the other side. Dinner was served in the dining room at 7 p.m. Not a buffet, not a menu, a single table, set for two. Silver gleamed. Crystal glasses held clear water. A covered dish sat in the center. Mrs. Gable brought it in. She was small, bird-boned, dressed in a black dress with a white apron, her white hair pulled into a severe bun. Her face was a map of wrinkles, but her eyes, sharp, intelligent, ancient, missed nothing. She didn't speak, just lifted the lid. Roast chicken, steaming, golden brown. Beside it, a small perfect baked apple. She placed 2 plates, 2 forks. Then she turned and left, her sensible shoes silent on the rug. Lily dug in. "It's yummy, Daddy." I picked at the chicken. It was tender, flavorful, but cold. Not room temperature cold. Refrigerator cold. I looked at the apple. Its skin was unblemished, shiny. But the stem wasn't a stem. It was a fingernail. Small, pale, human. I pushed the plate away. Lily didn't notice. She ate every bite, even the apple, core and all. When she finished, she looked up, her eyes bright. "Daddy, the lady says it's story time." "What lady?" Mrs. Gable stood in the doorway. She held a book, leather-bound, worn. She placed it on the table. "The Everlasting Pines. A history," it read. She pointed to a chair by the cold fireplace. "Read," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves. "She likes the stories." She left. I opened the book. The pages were crisp, fresh. The first chapter, The Founding, 1928, standard stuff, ambitious developer, remote location, luxury retreat for the wealthy. Then, page 12, November 30th, 1934, a freak storm, unprecedented snowfall. The mountain gave way. The avalanche struck just after dinner. 27 souls perished. No survivors. The lodge was buried under 60 feet of snow and rock. A photograph, the same group from the lobby portrait. But now their eyes were open, not in the photo, in the ink. The printed dots that formed their pupils shifted, watched me. Lily snuggled into the armchair, Mr. Hops in her lap. "Read, Daddy." I turned a page. Recovery efforts began December 1st. By December 3rd, all bodies were recovered, interred in the town cemetery. The site was deemed unstable. The lodge was never rebuilt. Another photo. The recovery team. Men in heavy coats, shovels in hand, standing before a gaping hole in the mountainside. And in the hole, not rubble. A doorway, intact, oak, with a brass keyhole, tarnished black, like the one on our room. Lily yawned. "Daddy, why are their eyes closed in the picture?" I looked. In the photo, the recovery team's eyes were shut, tightly, as if they couldn't bear to see. The next page was blank, except for a single sentence written in a fresh, wet ink. "They are not buried. They are waiting." The fireplace behind me crackled, not with flame, with cold. I turned. The hearth was still ash-filled, but the grandfather clock in the corner, the hands had moved from 11:59 to 12:01. Midnight. I woke to the sound of breathing, not Lily's soft sighs from the small cot Mrs. Gable had brought in. Slow, wet, rhythmic, right beside the bed. I froze, didn't move a muscle. The breathing continued. Inhale, a long rasping draw, like air pulled through wet gravel. Exhale, a low bubbling sigh. I opened my eyes. The room was dark. The street light outside cast a weak orange rectangle on the far wall. Next to the bed, where the nightstand stood, a shape waited, taller than a man. Thin, its head brushed the ceiling. It had no features, no face, just a smooth, pale oval where a face should be. But as I watched, the surface rippled. A mouth formed, thin, lipless, opening slowly, no teeth, just darkness inside. It leaned down, closer. The smell hit me, lilacs, rotting lilacs, and beneath it, the coppery tang of old blood. Its breath washed over my face, cold, damp, smelling of earth and stagnant water. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, paralyzed, not by fear, though terror screamed in my skull, but by something deeper, a command, a pressure behind my eyes. Do not resist, do not witness. This is not for you. The mouth opened wider. A sound emerged, not a voice, but a chorus of whispers, layered, overlapping, all speaking at once, all saying the same thing. Stay. Then it was gone. I sat bolt upright, gasping. Sweat soaked my shirt. The room was empty. Sunlight, weak, gray, filtered through the grimy window. Morning. Lily was already awake, sitting by the window, drawing in her notebook. I stumbled to the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the sink was fogged. Not with steam, I hadn't run the water, but with a fine, oily condensation. I wiped it with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale, exhausted, and behind my left shoulder, just at the edge of the frame, another face. A woman, mid-30s, dark hair plastered to her temples, eyes wide, pupils blown black with terror. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. I whirled. The bathroom was empty. I looked back at the mirror. Just me. But on the fogged glass where her face had been, words were forming, slowly, as if written by an invisible fingertip. He knows you saw me. I ran back to room 3, packed Lily's small bag in 30 seconds. We need to leave, sweetie, now. But Daddy, my picture! She held up the notebook. Not rockets, not flowers. The lodge, the dining room, the book. And in the center of the page, a small figure, her, holding hands with a woman in a black dress and white apron, both smiling, both with solid black eyes. At the bottom of the page, in careful block letters, I like it here. I yanked open the door. The hallway stretched before me, but it was longer, much longer. The far end, the stairs, were gone, replaced by more hallway, identical, repeating into dimness. Doors lined both sides, all closed, all numbered. But the numbers made no sense. 209, 412, 103, 333. 3 doors down, one stood slightly ajar. Room 4. From within, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a fist, pounding weakly against wood. Thump, thump, thump. I backed into my room, slammed the door, locked it, leaned against it, heart hammering. It's the stress, I told myself. Sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide. Old furnace! I needed proof. I pulled out my phone. Dead. Still. But the lodge's landline, ancient rotary on the nightstand, sat silent. I picked up the receiver. A dial tone. Faint. Warbling. I dialed 911. It rang. Once. Twice. Then a voice answered. Not a dispatcher. A man. Young. Terrified. Hello? Hello. Is someone there? Please. Please. Tell them I'm in room 3. Tell them I never checked out. She won't let me. I tried the window, but the glass, it moved. It held me. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver. It dangled, swaying, bumping against the nightstand. Click. The lamp turned on by itself. The bulb glowed, not yellow, but a sickly, pulsing green. In the mirror atop the dresser, my reflection wasn't alone. The woman stood behind me now, closer. Her hand rested on my shoulder. Her fingers were ice. I spun. Nothing. But the mirror. The reflection lingered for a second longer. Her face contorted in silent agony before fading. On the mirror's surface, new words appeared, dripping like condensation. Don't trust the stairs. I had to get out. I threw open the door again. The hallway was back to normal length. The stairs waited at the end. I ran down one flight. The wallpaper here was different, striped, not floral, but the stripes weren't vertical. They curved subtly, like the inside of a throat. Second floor. A door stood open. Room 2. I slowed, peered in. Empty. Bed stripped. Dresser bare. But the carpet. Dark stains radiated from the center of the room in perfect concentric circles, like something had bled outward, a lot, and on the wall above the bed, scrawled in what looked like charcoal or dried blood, 3 words. I still wait. I fled down to the first floor. The lobby was empty. The man in the charcoal suit was gone. The ledger lay open on the desk. I approached. The page was filled not with names but with dates. November 30th, 1934, December 1st, 1934, December 2nd, 1934. November 30th, 2025, today's date. At the bottom of the page in fresh, wet ink, James Miller and Lily Miller. Room 3 eyes. My name. I hadn't given it to him. I backed away, toward the front doors. They were locked, not just locked, sealed. The wood around the frame was swollen, dark, glistening faintly, like wet meat. I pounded on the glass. "Hey, anyone, let us out!" My reflection stared back, and behind me, in the lobby's shadows, figures stood, a man in a wool coat, one eye swollen shut, a teenage boy clutching a ski pole, his neck bent at an impossible angle, the woman from the mirror, her mouth still open in that silent scream. They didn't move, just watched, waiting. I turned. Mrs. Gable stood at the foot of the stairs. She held a brass key ring. Every key on it was identical. Everyone stamped 3. "Checkout is at dawn," she whispered, her voice carrying unnaturally in the silence. "It is not yet dawn." Dawn. The sky outside the window bled pale gray. Lily was asleep again, curled around Mr. Hops. I crept to the window. The storm was gone. The mountain stood silent, majestic, dusted with fresh snow, and below, on a gravel drive, the rental car. But it wasn't alone. Beside it stood a sled, wooden, old, painted red. A name was stenciled on the side in faded white, J.T. My breath caught. Jonathan Thomas Miller, my grandfather, lost in these woods, they said. 1953. Presumed dead. The sled's runners were dark, wet. I looked up. The lodge windows were all open. Everyone held a face. Watching me? Waiting? The woman in room 3's window mouthed 2 words. "Come home?" I turned back to the room. Mrs. Gable stood by Lily's cot. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at Lily. Her hand rested on Lily's forehead. Gently. Lily's eyes were open, not frightened. Peaceful. Her eyes weren't brown. They were black, deep, endless. She smiled, the same smile as the reflection in the window. Mrs. Gable looked at me. Her ancient eyes held no malice, only sorrow and understanding. "The mountain takes," she whispered, her voice the rustle of dry leaves. "But the lodge holds. It remembers the lost. It keeps them warm. It gives them peace." She touched Lily's cheek. "She is not afraid. She understands. This is not an ending. It is a keeping." Lily sat up, swung her legs over the side of the cot, took Mrs. Gable's hand, walked to the door, stopped, looked back at me. "Daddy," she said, her voice layered, hers and a woman's and a child's all speaking at once. "It's okay. They've been waiting so long for the next one to make the circle whole." She held out her hand. In her palm, 2 things, a small rusted key and a piece of paper. I took them. The key was cold. The paper, a photocopy of a missing person flyer. Jonathan Thomas, Miller, age 8. The photo wasn't of a boy, it was of me. At 8 years old, same gap-toothed smile, same cowlick, same red sled. The date, November 30th, 1997, my missing year. The year I told everyone I'd spent with my estranged uncle in Oregon. The year I couldn't remember. The year I came back. Mrs. Gable placed a hand on my shoulder. Her touch was dry, final. "The circle was broken," she said. "One missing, one lost. But you brought her back. The new one, the one to take your place." She nodded at Lily. Lily didn't cry. She waved. Then she turned, took Mrs. Gable's hand, and walked down the hall, toward the stairs, toward the lobby, toward the open front doors, toward the light. The figures in the shadows stepped aside, made a path. The man in the wool suit, the boy with the ski pole, the woman with the silent scream, all smiling, all welcoming. I stood in the doorway of room 3, the hollow place inside me, the one my grandfather left, the one my father carried, the one I'd buried under work and worry, ached with a sudden unbearable fullness, the promise of him, of answers, of her. I took a step, then another. The red runner felt warm beneath my feet. The lodge held its breath. The circle waited, and deep in my bones, in the hollow place I'd carried since I was 8, I felt it, the tug, the pull, not fear. Recognition. The sled wasn't for Lily, it was for me, to ride home, to the mountain, to the lodge, to my place in the circle. Mrs. Gable's hand tightened. "Welcome home, Jonathan," she said, and this time I didn't pull away. I looked at Lily, at Mrs. Gable, at the figures in the lobby, at the snow-dusted mountain beyond the open doors. The silence wasn't hungry anymore. It was full. I took a step forward, toward the doors, toward home. The circle parted. The lodge sighed. A contented sound. The light on the porch flared bright. And as I stepped out into the weak dawn light, the last thing I saw, not with my eyes, but with the part of me that had always known, was the sign over the doors. The paint wasn't faded anymore. It was fresh, red, wet. And the name had changed. The Everlasting Pines, rest and refuge for those who are found. The rental car was gone. Only the red sled remained, waiting. I climbed in. The runners were warm, pulsing. Thump, 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 like a heart, like the mountain's heart, like my heart. I pushed off. The sled moved, not downhill, into the pines, into the light, into the keeping. The lodge doors closed behind me. The lock clicked, not from the outside, from within. And as I rode, the wind rushing past, Lily's laughter filled my ears, real, bright, unburdened, and I finally understood. The lodge isn't haunted. It's holy, a sanctuary for the lost, a cradle for the forgotten, where no one is ever truly gone, where the mountain doesn't take, it holds. And the most terrifying, beautiful thing about it It only appears for those who are truly ready to be found. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. We explored an empty school. The chalkboard was writing our names. It wasn't supposed to be haunted. That was the first lie we told ourselves, and the most dangerous. Blackwood Elementary closed in 2003, not because of tragedy, not because of scandal, but because of spreadsheets, declining enrollment, budget cuts, a newer, shinier facility built 5 miles down the county road. The district didn't even strip it bare, just locked the doors, turned off the power, and walked away. Desks remained in classrooms, textbooks molded on shelves, lunch trays sat stacked in the cafeteria, coated in a fine gray dust that smelled like chalk and forgotten time. That's why we chose it. No urban legends, no deaths, no cursed janitors or vanishing children, just a dead building, neutral ground, perfect for testing the new gear. We, me, Cass, and Theo. Cass, documentary filmmaker, skeptic to the bone, armed with a red Komodo, 3 mics, and a voice that could dissect a ghost. Story mid-sentence. Theo, sound engineer, obsessive about frequencies, carrying a rig that cost more than my car, parabolic mic, EMF array, laser microphone for detecting subsonic vibrations in glass and plaster, and me, historian, archivist, the one who dug up the blueprints, the staff rosters, the school board minutes that confirmed no incidents, just arithmetic, not agony. We parked behind the overgrown baseball field, where the chain-link fence sagged inward like a tired sigh. Theo popped the trunk, handing out headlamps, radios, and a handheld thermal imager I'd borrowed from a fire investigator friend. "Remember the rules," Cass said, adjusting her camera strap. "No provoking, no taunting. We observe, we record, we leave before 2 a.m. midnight, ideally." Theo smirked. "You're afraid of a school, Cass? I'm afraid of you getting bored and trying to summon something with a Ouija app," she shot back. I didn't join in. I was staring at the building. Blackwood Elementary wasn't imposing. 2 stories of red brick, white trim now peeling like sunburnt skin, a cupola on the roof with a clock face frozen at 3:07. Windows grimed opaque, except for one on the 2nd floor, 3rd from the left, where the glass was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped recently. Didn't mention it. We slipped through a gap in the fence, boots crunching on frost-brittle weeds. The front doors were chained, but the side entrance, the old teacher's lounge access, had a broken latch. Theo jimmied it with a flathead in 10 seconds. The smell hit us first. Not decay, not mildew, lemon-scented disinfectant. Underneath it, the dry, papery scent of old paper, of crayons left to melt in a hot drawer, of linoleum wax gone rancid. We flicked on headlamps. The hallway stretched before us, lockers dented and tagged with faded Sharpie names. Jen plus Mike for Ivar, Mr. Davis sucks, help me. The floor gleamed dully under our beams, as if recently mopped. "Power's off," Theo murmured, checking his EMF. "Baseline 0.2, normal." Cass started rolling. Blackwood Elementary, November 2nd, 2025, 11:14 p.m. Exterior access successful. Initial interior assessment unremarkable. We moved deeper. Classrooms yawned open on either side. Tiny chairs stacked on desks. Construction paper turkey still taped to bulletin boards. A skeleton hanging in the science room, one arm dangling by a thread. In room 12, a half-finished math worksheet sat on the teacher's desk. 6x7, Shakespeare. The pencil lay beside it, tip snapped. "Someone left in a hurry," I said. Or forgot, Cass replied. Probably just rushed out on the last day. Kids do that. We climbed the stairs to the second floor. That's when Theo stopped. Hold up. He raised a hand, eyes locked on his sound monitor. A waveform pulsed on the screen. Low frequency, steady, rhythmic. Thump, 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 like a finger tapping wood. Where's it coming from? He turned slowly, parabolic mic sweeping the hall. The sound grew louder, centered on room 207. The door was closed, not locked, just shut. We exchanged glances. Cass nodded. I reached for the knob. Cold, not metal cold, skin cold. I turned it. The door opened silently. Room 207, fourth grade classroom. Desks arranged in clusters. A reading rug, moth-eaten. A bookshelf labeled chapter books. A world map on the wall, corners curling. And at the front, the chalkboard. Full-length slate, framed in chipped oak. Covered in writing, not scribbles, not graffiti. Names. Dozens of them. Neat, cursive, the kind of careful script a teacher uses when taking attendance. Eleanor Pratt, Jason Taylor, Miranda Lopez, Devin Harris, Sarah Wilkins, Kevin Chen, Talia Nguyen, Ben Carter. The list went on, all names I recognized from the 1998-1999 Blackwood Elementary. Yearbook, I'd brought a copy. These were real students, real kids, but at the bottom of the board, 3 new lines, fresh, the chalk still dusty on the ledge beneath them. Cassandra Voss, Theodore Kim, Elias Reed. Our names, written in the same hand, the same precise looping cursive, as if the board had been waiting, as if it had known we were coming. Cass lowered her camera. Okay, she said, voice tight. That's new? Theo stepped forward, laser mic aimed at the slate. No vibration, he whispered. No mechanical source. It's static, like the chalk's just there. I moved closer. The chalk wasn't just on the board, it was in it, pressed deep into the slate's pores, as if forced by pressure, by fingertips. I reached out, stopped myself, because beneath my name, Elias Reed, the chalk was still moving, not sliding, growing. A dot appeared after the day, then a curve, a period, then below. It. 2 more words, scratched quickly now, shakily. Stay. Please. I stepped back. The thumping sound returned, louder, from inside the walls. Thump, thump, thump. Not random, a rhythm, a beat, like a heart or a foot, tapping, waiting. Cass raised her camera again, lens focused on the board. Let's get closer. Maybe thermal can pick up residue. Theo nodded, lifting the imager. The screen flickered, at first, ambient cold. 58 degrees chaos. Then the board, a hot spot, not uniform, shaped, a handprint, small, child-sized. Palm centered on the slate, fingers spread, heat signature still active, 98.6 degree body temperature. Now, it's impossible, Theo breathed. No heat source, no power. How? The chalk moved again. Not under the handprint, at the top of the board, where the header should be, where a teacher writes the date. The date appeared, slowly, deliberately. November 2nd, 2025. Today's date. Then, beneath it, a sentence. We never left. The thumping stopped. Silence, thick, heavy, then a new sound from the hallway, a scrape, like a chair being dragged, then another and another, dozens of them all moving at once. Cass swung her light into the hall. The classroom doors, everyone on the second floor, were opening, slowly inward, not by wind, by something, inside. Theo grabbed my arm. Eli, look. He pointed at the floor, between the door and the hallway, Shadows, not cast by our lights. Moving, long, thin, hunched, like children crouching, crawling toward room 207. Cass backed up, camera still rolling. We need to go. Now. I didn't move because the chalkboard wasn't done. Beneath, we never left, new words formed. Faster now. Urgent. They took our names off the roster. But the school remembered. It hungers for attendance. It needs to know we're here. It needs to know you're here. And then my name again. Elias Reed. Underlined twice. Then, below it, a question. Do you remember room B3? I froze. Room B3. Not in the blueprints, not in the yearbook, not in any official record, but I knew it. A flash, sudden, violent, behind my eyes. Not memory. Recall. A door. Green paint, chipped. A number stenciled in black. B3. A smell. Ammonia and something sweet like overripe fruit. A hand, small, cold, slipping into mine. A voice whispering, "Don't tell. They'll think you're lying. They always do." I'd buried it, after my mother made me promise never to speak of it again, after the school counselor said it was night terrors, after the principal assured my parents the basement storage rooms had been sealed since '78, but I'd been here before. Age 7, lost during a field trip, wandered down a staircase behind the boiler room, found the door, opened it, and inside, not storage, a classroom, empty desks, a single chair at the front, and on the chalkboard, already written, Elias Reed. Present. I'd run, screamed. They found me curled in the furnace room, shivering, babbling about the quiet kids and the teacher who didn't have a face. They called it trauma, imagination. But now I knew. The school didn't close because of budgets. It closed because they stopped coming to class. Because the attendance sheet grew too long. Because the hunger grew too loud. And the board was taking roll. The scraping in the hall was closer. Doors fully open now, shadows pooled in the threshold, not just at eye level. Low, knee-high, crawling. Cass grabbed my shoulder. "Eli, move!" We ran, not toward the stairs, toward the opposite end of the hall, where the old art room had a window overlooking the field. Theo led, thermal imager held high. The screen flared, dozens of heat signatures, all 98.6 degree, all child-sized, all moving on hands and knees, fast. The art room door was jammed. Theo kicked it. Wood splintered. We tumbled inside. Cass slammed the door, threw her weight against it. Thud. Something hit the other side. Not hard. Patient. Then again. Thud. And again. Thud. A rhythm. A beat. The same as the tapping. We backed toward the window. Theo smashed the glass with his thermal unit. Cold air rushed in. We climbed out, onto the roof of the first-floor wing, slid down the sloped shingles, landed hard on the frost-stiff grass, ran, didn't stop until we hit the car, locked the doors, started the engine, drove. No one spoke, not until we were 10 miles away, headlights cutting through the fog rolling in off the river. Cass finally lowered her camera. The footage played on the monitor, the chalkboard, our names, the date, the message. Then, just before we fled, the board again. New words, written in a frantic scrawl. You left before roll call ended. Attendance is mandatory. You are still enrolled. Your desk is still here. We saved you a seat. Room B3 is waiting. Theo wiped his face. His hands were shaking. "Check your pockets," he said quietly. Cass frowned, reached into her jacket, pulled out a piece of chalk, white, dusty, unbroken. Theo opened his. Same. I didn't need to look. I could feel it in my coat, hard, cylindrical, cold. I took it out, held it in my palm. It wasn't just chalk. It was labeled. In tiny, precise script along the side, E. Reed, room B3, period 1. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't slept. Every time I close my eyes, I hear it, the thump, thump, thump. Not from the walls, from inside my chest, like something's learning the rhythm, like it's sinking. Last night, I woke at 1:58 a.m. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:07. The time the school clock is frozen. I went to the bathroom, looked in the mirror, steam fogged the glass, and in it, words written in condensation. Roll call begins in 19 minutes. Don't be late. They're taking names. I wiped it away. It reappeared, deeper, burned into the glass. This morning, I found the yearbook open on my desk. Not the copy I brought, an older one, 1975, page 87, the 4th grade class photo. 23 children, smiling, but in the back row, 3 empty desks, name tags still taped to the tops. E. Reed. C. Voss. T. Kim. Our names in 1975, 50 years ago. How? I don't know, but I know what happens next. Because last night, the chalk in my pocket changed. I found it this morning on my pillow, not white anymore, black. And etched into its side, new words. Your name is called. You must answer. Say, here. Or they mark you absent, and absent students get sent to the office. I know where the office is. Basement, room B1, next to B3. I know what's in the office because the yearbook has a photo. The principal, Mr. Alden, smiling. But his eyes, no pupils, just black slate, like a chalkboard, waiting to be written on. Tonight, I'll go back. Not because I want to, because I have to. Roll call is at 2:17 a.m. They'll call my name. And if I don't answer, if I don't say, here, they'll come for me, not as shadows, not as whispers, as teachers, with lesson plans, with detention slips, with chalk, and they'll write my name, not on the board, in it, deep, permanent, because the school doesn't forget. It records. It preserves. It hungers. And the hungriest thing in Blackwood Elementary is the silence between names, the pause, the breath, the moment you wait, heart pounding, to hear if you're next. So tonight, when the board lights up with fresh chalk in the dark, when my name appears at the top of the list, I'll stand in the doorway of room 207, I'll raise my hand, I'll say, clearly, calmly, like a good student, here, because the alternative is to be absent, and absent students don't get to leave, they get filed, in room B3, where the desks are small, where the lights don't work, where the chalk never runs out, and where on the board, fresh and glistening in the dark, a new name is always being written, waiting for the next child, the next explorer, the next you, to step inside, to hear the roll call, to feel the cold chalk form in your pocket, and to wonder, if you say here, will it be enough, or will the school ask for more? A signature, a fingerprint, a promise, to stay, to learn, to become part of the lesson. Because in Blackwood Elementary, attendance isn't just mandatory, it's forever. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single, unbroken reservation. Who was J. Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, 2 quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The "Do Not Disturb" sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale, anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard-yellow curtains always drawn, but the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night. The kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb. And maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular and deeply unsettling mystery. And for 6 years, I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died. A heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, a brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city, inherited the motel. And her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of J. Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard Motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book. And sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you Jay Corbin?" He smiled a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on the table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. "What is this?" "I'm a clerk, Arthur," Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. "Just like you. A manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel." He gestured around the room. "This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on." I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "You're not supposed to," he said, his voice gentle. "Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins." My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who helps the lost find their way," he said. "The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk." I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out, the small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. "And what do you do with them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I check them in," he said. "I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin." He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. "My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant." I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway, and my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. "But why me?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you opened the door," he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. "And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended." The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel." "You were a clerk at a motel," he corrected gently. "But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now." He stood up, his movement slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. "Your training was supposed to be gradual," he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. "Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job." He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities. I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map, a quiet, clean, and peaceful room, a place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in, 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long, and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest, and I am the one who leaves the light on. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My GPS keeps directing me to the same abandoned house. The voice in my car is a woman named Cal. I don't know if that's her real name or even if she's a real woman. She speaks with the placid, uninflected calm of someone who has never been late, never been lost, and never felt the cold, creeping dread of being somewhere you are not supposed to be. Cal is the default voice of the Wayfinder 5000, a slightly outdated but relentlessly reliable GPS unit suction-cupped to my windshield. For the past 6 years, as a regional sales manager for a mid-level pharmaceutical company, Cal has been my co-pilot, my navigator, my silent synthetic companion on the lonely asphalt veins of the American Midwest. She has never been wrong until she started trying to kill me, or if not kill me, then something far, far worse. The first time it happened, I was on my way to a meeting in rural Wisconsin. I was cutting through a stretch of farmland so flat and featureless, it felt like a screensaver. My appointment was in a town called Prairie Ridge, a place that barely registered as a smudge on the map. According to Cal, I was 40 minutes away. "In 200 feet, turn left," she said, her voice as serene as a mountain lake. I glanced at the screen. The purple line of my route took a sharp 90-degree turn off the main highway and onto a thin gray line that the map didn't even bother to name. "Recalculating," I said aloud, a habit I'd picked up over thousands of miles of solo driving. I tapped the screen, looking for an alternate route. There was none. This was it. I slowed the car and made the turn. The road was gravel, loose and chattering under my tires. Overgrown cornfields pressed in on both sides, their dry stalks rustling with a sound like whispering snakes. After about a mile, the road degraded further, becoming little more than 2 dirt tracks with a spine of weeds growing down the middle. My sensible company-issued sedan was not built for this. "Are you sure about this, Cal?" I muttered. "In 1,000 feet, your destination will be on the right," she replied, oblivious to my concern. The cornfields fell away, and the trees began, ancient skeletal oaks that formed a dark, claustrophobic canopy over the road. And then I saw it. Set back from the road, half swallowed by a sea of thorny, overgrown bushes, was a house. It was an old farmhouse, the kind that might have been charming a century ago. Now it was a study in decay. The white paint had peeled away in long, leprous strips, revealing the gray, weathered wood beneath. The windows were dark, hollow eyes, most of them boarded up with mismatched planks. A single skeletal tree stood in the front yard, its dead branches reaching for the sky like the fingers of a drowning man. The place didn't just feel abandoned, it felt condemned, cursed. A deep, instinctual wrongness emanated from it, a silence that was heavier and more profound than the surrounding woods. "You have arrived at your destination," Cal announced cheerfully. I stopped the car, the engine a loud, intrusive rumble in the oppressive quiet. This was not Prairie Ridge. This was the middle of nowhere. A mapping error, a glitch in the satellite. I felt a surge of annoyance, mixed with a strange, inexplicable prickle of fear. I didn't get out of the car. I didn't want to breathe the air here. I just wanted to leave. I put the car in reverse and began the slow, careful process of backing down the narrow, rutted track. My eyes kept darting to the house in my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement in one of the dark upstairs windows, like a curtain being drawn aside. But there were no curtains. There was only splintered wood and darkness. By the time I got back to the highway and re-entered Prairie Ridge as my destination, I was an hour late for my meeting. I managed to salvage the sale with a flurry of apologies and a steep discount. I blamed the GPS, laughing it off as a piece of junk technology. But the image of that house was burned into my mind. The dead tree, the boarded-up windows, the feeling of being watched by something old and malevolent. 2 weeks later, I was in eastern Ohio, on my way to a conference, a different state, a different highway, hundreds of miles away. I was making good time, listening to a podcast, my mind on the quarterly report I had to file. In 1/4 mile, take the exit on your right, Cal said. I glanced at the screen. The exit was for a state route that seemed to veer off into a large, green, unpopulated area on the map. My route should have kept me on the interstate for another 50 miles. "No, Cal," I said, sighing. "We're staying on the highway." I drove past the exit. Cal was silent for a moment. Then, "Recalculating. In 200 feet, turn left." She was trying to take me onto a small local road, a road that, according to the map, led nowhere. A cold, familiar dread began to bloom in my stomach. "Recalculate to avoid back roads," I said, my voice sharp. "Route recalculated," she replied. "In 1,000 feet, perform a U-turn where possible." For the next 10 minutes, we were locked in a battle of wills. Every route she suggested was a circuitous, nonsensical path that tried to steer me off the main road and into the rural unknown. She was like a horse that refused to be led, stubbornly trying to bolt for some unseen, familiar stable. Finally, in a fit of frustration, I unplugged the Wayfinder 5000 and threw it onto the passenger seat. I used my phone's mapping app for the rest of the trip. As I lay in my sterile, anonymous hotel room that night, I couldn't sleep. I picked up the Wayfinder and plugged it back in. The screen flickered to life. The map showed my current location, a little blue dot in the heart of the city. I opened the recent destinations list. At the very top of the list, it read, Crows End Road. I'd never heard the name before. I typed it into my phone's search engine. There were a few scattered results, none of them in Ohio, but one of them, a hit from a county plat map website, was in Wisconsin. It was an unmaintained dead-end road. My blood ran cold. It was the road to the abandoned house. The GPS hadn't just made a mistake. It had saved the location. It wanted to go back. The incidents grew more frequent and more insidious. Cal would be silent for hours, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then, at a crucial intersection, she would give a last-second incorrect instruction, trying to divert me. It became a constant low-level war. I began to hate the sound of her calm, pleasant voice. It was the voice of a saboteur, a traitor, in my own car. I bought a new GPS, a top-of-the-line model from a different brand. I boxed up the Wayfinder 5000 and put it in the trunk. I felt a sense of liberation as I programmed my first trip into the new device. The new voice was a man with a crisp British accent. It was a refreshing change. I was driving through Indiana on my way to see a client in Fort Wayne. The new GPS was working perfectly. "In 1 mile, you will reach your destination," the British voice announced. And then a burst of static from the car's speakers. The new GPS screen flickered and went blank. A moment later, it came back on. But the map was different. It was a local, rural map. The British voice was gone. "In 200 feet, turn left," said the calm, familiar, horrifying voice of Cal. I stared at the screen in disbelief. It was Cal's interface, her purple line, her familiar fonts. She had somehow overridden the new device. She had infected it. My car, my sanctuary, the one place where I was supposed to be in control, had been completely and utterly compromised. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. This was not a glitch. This was not a technological error. This was something else. This was an intelligence, a malevolent, focused intelligence that was fixated on one thing, getting me back to that house. That was when my life began to unravel. The fight was no longer just about directions. It was about my sanity. I became obsessed. I spent my nights in hotel rooms, not preparing for meetings, but scouring the internet, digging into the history of that small, forgotten plot of land in rural Wisconsin. The property on Crow's End Road, I discovered, had belonged to a family named the Whitakers. The last record of them was from a census of 1978. A husband, Silas, a wife, Mary, and a 6-year-old daughter named Lily. Then, in the fall of that same year, there was a fire. The official report, which I found in a digitized archive of the local newspaper, was brief and tragic. The fire had consumed the house. The cause was listed as undetermined. The bodies of Silas and Mary were found in the ashes. The daughter, Lily, was never found. She was presumed to have perished in the blaze, her small body consumed by the inferno. The article ended with a haunting single line from the fire chief at the time. "It's a terrible tragedy. That house is at the end of a long, dark road. By the time we got the call and found our way out there, it was too late. There was nothing we could do." I stared at the grainy black and white photo that accompanied the article. It was the house, my house, but it was before the decay had set in, before the boards were on the windows. It was just an ordinary, slightly ramshackle farmhouse, and on the porch, so small and out of focus that she was almost a ghost, was a little girl in a white dress holding a doll. Lily. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought a deeper, colder dread. The house wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a tomb, a place of profound, unresolved tragedy. And for some reason, its ghost had latched onto my GPS. The haunting escalated. Cal began to speak to me even when the GPS was turned off. I'd be driving in silence, and her voice would suddenly emanate from the car's speakers, soft and clear. "Are you lost, Alan?" she'd ask. My name is Alan. I had never programmed my name into the device. The first time it happened, I almost drove off the road. I tore the GPS from the windshield, unplugged it, and threw it in the trunk, burying it under a suitcase. But her voice still came through the speakers. She was in the car's Bluetooth system, in its very wiring. She began to use details from my life. "Sarah is wondering when you will be home," she said one night as I was driving through a rainstorm. Sarah was my wife. "Emily has a piano recital on Friday. You shouldn't miss it." Emily was my 7-year-old daughter. The voice was using my own life, my love for my family, as a weapon against me, a way to anchor my fear, to make it more real. My work suffered. I missed meetings. I lost clients. I was constantly exhausted, living on a knife's edge of paranoia and fear. My boss put me on probation. I tried to explain, but how do you tell your boss that your car is haunted by a ghost who is obsessed with a tragic fire from the 1970s? My home life, my sanctuary, began to crumble. Sarah knew something was wrong. I was distant, jumpy, prone to long, silent stares out the window. I had lost weight. I had dark, bruised-looking circles under my eyes. "Alan, what is it?" she asked one night, her voice full of a worry that was beginning to curdle into frustration. "You're like a ghost. You're here, but you're not. Are you having an affair?" The question was so mundane, so normal, it was almost a relief. "No," I said, the word coming out as a choked, hollow sound. "God, no, it's the driving. I'm just burned out." It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. The distance between us grew. A cold, silent canyon, carved out by a secret I couldn't share. How could I tell her that I was terrified to get in my car? That I had started taking rental cars to my meetings, only to have Cal's voice eventually bleed through their speakers too. She was not tied to the device. She was tied to me. The dream started. I would be in the house. It was no longer abandoned, but filled with a thick, acrid smoke that stung my eyes and choked my lungs. I could hear a child crying, a thin, terrified wail that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I would try to find her, stumbling through the smoke-filled rooms, my hands outstretched, but the layout of the house would shift and change, a maddening architectural nightmare. I would always wake up just as I reached the door to the nursery, my hand on the hot brass knob, the sound of the girls weeping on the other side. I knew I was approaching a breaking point. I was losing my job, my wife, my mind. I was a man being haunted into oblivion. I had two choices. I could let it destroy me, or I could confront it. I had to go back to the house. I had to go to Crow's End Road, not as a lost, accidental tourist, but as a man looking for an answer. I had to understand why this was happening to me, why I had been chosen. I told Sarah I was going on a weekend sales retreat. Another lie to add to the growing pile. I got in my car. This time, I didn't fight it. I plugged in the Wayfinder 5000. Its screen cracked from one of my more violent attempts to silence it. "Navigate to last destination," I said, my voice a resigned, trembling whisper. "Navigating to Crow's End Road," Cal replied, her voice sounding for the very first time something like satisfied. The drive was 5 hours. Cal was silent the entire way, a quiet, expectant presence. As I turned off the highway and onto the familiar gravel road, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the cornfields in a shroud of gray. The world grew silent, my car the only moving thing in a dead, quiet landscape. When I arrived, the house looked different. The decay was the same, but the wrongness I had felt before was now a palpable, physical presence. It was a low, humming vibration in the air, a pressure against my eardrums. It was the feeling of a place that was awake and waiting. I got out of the car. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and something else. Smoke. A faint, phantom smell of old, cold smoke. I walked up the rotten, sagging steps of the porch. The front door was ajar, hanging from a single rusted hinge. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wreck. Dust, as thick and soft as gray snow, covered everything. The furniture was draped in cobwebs that looked like funeral shrouds. In the center of the living room, there was a large, dark stain on the floorboards where the fire had burned hottest. My eyes were drawn to the staircase. It led up into a darkness that felt solid, absolute. The child's weeping from my dreams echoed in my memory. "Why am I here?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Are you lost, Alan?" The voice wasn't Cal's. It was in my head. A man's voice, rough and low like stones grinding together. I spun around. The room was empty. "You're not supposed to be here," the voice whispered in my mind. "This is my house. She is my daughter." A cold, creeping terror, far worse than anything I had felt before, began to seep into my bones. This was not the ghost of a lost little girl. This was something else. This was Silas, the father. I stumbled back, my hand finding the wall to steady myself. My fingers brushed against a patch of peeling wallpaper. Underneath it was a dark, almost black wood. The house had been charred from the inside out. The fire had been far worse than the newspaper had reported. I forced myself to move, to explore. I was an archaeologist in a tomb of sorrow. I found a kitchen, a rusted-out stove, a table with a single overturned chair. I found the master bedroom, a mattress with its springs bursting out like broken ribs. And then I found the nursery. The door was closed. The brass knob was cool to the touch. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was almost completely burned out. The walls were black with soot. The crib was a skeletal, charred frame. The air was thick with the smell of tragedy. But in the corner of the room, something had survived. It was a small wooden toy chest. The paint had been blistered by the heat, but it was largely intact. I knelt down and opened it. Inside, nestled among a few melted plastic toys, was a single leather-bound diary, its pages yellowed and warped by the heat and the damp. The name Mary Whitaker was embossed on the cover. I opened it, my hands trembling. Mary's handwriting was a neat, elegant script, but as the entries progressed, they became a frantic, terrified scrawl. She wrote of her husband, Silas, of a good man who had been consumed by a darkness, a possessive, jealous rage. She wrote of his obsession with his daughter, Lily, an obsession that had soured into something unnatural, something terrifying. He wouldn't let her go to school. He wouldn't let her have friends. He saw every stranger as a threat. The final entry was dated the night of the fire. He has locked us in. He says the world is too full of poison, that he is the only one who can keep Lily pure. He has been talking to himself all day. I can smell gasoline. He is not going to let us leave. He is going to keep us here with him forever. If anyone ever finds this, know that I tried to save my daughter. Know that I loved her. A single hot tear dripped onto the fragile page. It wasn't a tragic accident. It was a murder-suicide. Silas had been a monster. He had trapped his family, and when he couldn't control them in life, he had bound them to this place in death. But that didn't explain me. It didn't explain the GPS. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing but the feeling of being watched, of Silas's malevolent presence, was suffocating. I had to get out. I stumbled out of the nursery, clutching the diary, and ran for the stairs. As I reached the bottom step, I saw it. On a small, dusty table by the front door, half hidden under a pile of rotted mail, was an object that had no business being there. It was a Wayfinder 5000 GPS unit, the exact same model as mine. Its screen was cracked, and it was caked in dust and grime, but it was unmistakable. And then the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place. My GPS wasn't haunted by a ghost from the house. My GPS was from the house. Silas Whitaker, a traveling salesman, perhaps, like me. A man who relied on a piece of technology to guide him. A man who had programmed his home address into the device, a single, final destination. On that last, terrible night, as he drove home with his can of gasoline and his murderous intent, that GPS had been in his car, charting his final fatal course. The device had absorbed the trauma, the rage, the violent possessive energy of that night. It had become a vessel for his will. It was a cursed object, a relic of a murder. And somehow, through the strange, convoluted currents of second-hand sales and forgotten electronics, it had found its way to me. Or, more terrifyingly, it had chosen me. A man just like him, a traveling father with a wife and a daughter at home. It was trying to repeat the pattern. It was trying to bring me home, to its home, to make me a part of its endless tragic loop. "You can stay," the voice of Silas whispered in my head. "We can be a family." I heard the front door slam shut with a deafening final boom. The air grew cold. The shadows in the room deepened and seemed to coalesce. A figure began to form in the doorway, a tall, gaunt man made of smoke and rage and decades of festering hate. But another presence was in the room now, too, a small, cold spot by the foot of the stairs. I could hear a faint, sobbing sound. It was her, Lily. She wasn't a part of his rage. She was his victim, his prisoner. And she was just as trapped as he was. I knew then what I had to do. I couldn't fight him. He was too strong here. This was his house. But maybe I could free her. The GPS. It was a beacon for him, but maybe it could be a key for her. It was a map. It knew the way home, but it was stuck on its final terrible instruction. I had to give it a new one. I ran back to my car, the ghost of Silas shrieking with rage behind me, the force of his anger a physical battering wind. I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I got in the car and slammed the door, locking it. The windows began to frost over from the inside. A child's small spectral handprint appeared on the passenger side glass. I ripped my own wayfinder from the dashboard. I looked at the little girl's handprint. "It's okay," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I'm going to take you home. Not this home, a different one." My fingers flew across the screen of the GPS. I went into the settings, into the saved addresses. Under Home, it listed the coordinates for Crow's End Road. I deleted it. Then I typed in a new address. My address. The address where my wife and daughter were waiting. The address that, for the past few months, I had been too terrified to even think about. "Set destination to home," I said, my voice firm. The screen flickered. The ghost of Silas roared, and the car shook violently, as if in the grip of a giant, unseen hand. For a moment, the map showed the twisted, impossible route back to the farmhouse. But then something shifted. A new, clean, purple line appeared on the screen, leading away from this place of horror, leading back towards the highway, back towards the world of the living. "Navigating to home," Cal said. Her voice was different. The cold, synthetic edge was gone. It was just a voice now, a tool. The curse had been broken. The pressure on the car vanished. The frost on the windows melted away. The small, spectral handprint faded. I looked in my rearview mirror. The house on Crow's End Road was just a house again, a sad, rotting structure in a dying wood. The profound, malevolent wrongness was gone. I had not defeated the ghost of Silas Whitaker. I had simply taken away his map. I had stolen his ride. I drove away from that place and didn't look back. The 5-hour drive home was the quietest, most peaceful drive of my life. I threw the Wayfinder 5000 into a gas station trash can 100 miles away. When I walked through my front door, the smell of Sarah's cooking, the sound of Emily practicing a clumsy, beautiful song on the piano, it was the most sacred, wonderful sensory experience of my life. I held them both, my face buried in their hair, and I wept. They didn't understand why, not really, and I would never be able to tell them. I quit my job. I found a new one, a local one. I don't drive much anymore. My world has become smaller and infinitely more precious. I am a man who has looked into the abyss, a place where love becomes a cage and home becomes a tomb. I am a man who was chosen by a ghost to be his replacement. But I refused the role. I rewrote the map. I chose my own destination, and every morning, when I wake up in my own bed next to my wife, with the sound of my daughter padding down the hall, I know, with a gratitude that is as deep and as real as a prayer, that I have arrived. I am home. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I woke up in a hospital. The staff won't tell me what year it is. The first sensation was the hum, a low, soft, persistent thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a perfectly functioning, utterly sterile machine. The second sensation was the smell, antiseptic, clean to the point of being aggressive, a scent so devoid of organic life it felt like the opposite of breathing. My eyes opened. The world was a uniform, shadowless, milky white. The ceiling, the walls, the thin synthetic blanket covering me, all the same shade of clinical non-color. My name is Mark Thorne. I knew this with a sudden crystalline certainty. I was 34 years old. I was an architect. I was engaged to a woman named Anna, a woman whose laugh sounded like wind chimes and whose hair smelled of lavender and sunshine, and I had been in a car accident. The memory came back in a jagged, violent flash, the screech of tires on wet asphalt, the blinding glare of headlights where they shouldn't be, the sickening concussive crunch of metal, and Anna's hand, suddenly weightless in my own. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to sit up, but my body refused to obey. It felt like a borrowed suit, heavy and disconnected. A soft, pleasant chime sounded somewhere in the room, and a woman appeared at my bedside. She was dressed in the same seamless white as the room, her features calm and symmetrical, her smile gentle but utterly unreadable. A name tag on her chest read, Elara, Cognitive Support. "Welcome back, Mark," she said, her voice as smooth and placid as a still lake. "It's good to see you awake. Please, do not be alarmed. You are safe." "Anna," I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "My fiancée. Was she—" Elara's smile didn't waver. "All will be made clear in time. For now, your focus must be on recovery. Your body has been dormant for a significant period. We must reestablish your baseline functions." Her words were like pillows, soft and designed to smother any hard, sharp questions. But one question pushed its way through the fog of my confusion. It felt like the most important question in the world, the anchor I needed to tether myself to reality. "How long?" I asked. "How long have I been out?" She took a small silver device from her pocket and ran it over my chest. A soft, green light pulsed from it. "Your vital signs are stabilizing nicely. That's a very positive indicator." "You didn't answer my question," I said, a flicker of irritation cutting through my weakness. The concept of how long is relative, Mark, she said, her placid expression unwavering. Temporal awareness can be disorienting after a significant trauma. Our priority is your cognitive and physiological well-being. We will address all your questions during your scheduled sessions. She tapped a small, almost invisible panel on the wall, and a tray slid out, holding a small bowl of a thick beige paste. Your nutrient intake is critical at this stage. Please consume this. It has everything your body needs. I stared at the paste, then back at her. Her refusal to answer was so deliberate, so unnatural. It wasn't that she didn't know. It was that she wouldn't say. A new, colder fear began to snake its way around the hot core of my grief for Anna. "What year is it?" I asked, the words stark and loud in the quiet room. Ilara's smile finally faltered, just for a fraction of a second. A tiny micro-expression of something. Annoyance? Pity? It was gone as quickly as it came. That is not a productive question at this stage of your recovery, Mark. We find that focusing on the present moment yields the best results. Now, please, your nutrients. She left the room as silently as she had entered. I was alone with the humming, the antiseptic smell, the beige paste, and a profound, terrifying sense of dislocation. It was the first day of my new life, a life in which the simple act of asking for the date was considered an unproductive question. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, disorienting routine, a life lived in a white box. My physical strength returned with an almost unnatural speed. The nutrient paste, which tasted of nothing at all, seemed to repair my atrophied muscles at a cellular level. A man named Coyle, a physical therapist with the same calm, detached demeanor as Ilara, would guide me through exercises that felt both alien and familiar. My body remembered how to move, but it was a distant, echoic memory. My real work, they told me, was in the cognitive sessions with Ilara. We would sit in 2 white chairs in my white room, and she would ask me questions. She'd show me images on a tablet, a tree, a house, a dog, and ask me to identify them. At first, it felt like a test for a toddler, but the questions grew more complex, more personal. "Tell me about your childhood home, Mark," she'd say, her pen poised over a data pad. "It was a 2-story colonial on Maple Street," I'd begin. "A big oak tree in the front yard with a tire swing." She would listen patiently, and then she would gently correct me. "Our records indicate it was a single-story ranch house on Elm Avenue. The tree was a sycamore. The memory of a tire swing is a common confabulation, a memory echo from a piece of media you likely consumed." It was maddening. Every detail I provided, every memory I held dear, was met with a calm, clinical refutation. They had a file on me, a complete and total record of the life of Mark Thorne. And it was all wrong. My father was a carpenter, not an accountant. My first pet was a cat named Mittens, not a goldfish named Bubbles. Anna and I met in a coffee shop during a rainstorm, not through a university-sponsored social mixer. "The trauma of your accident was significant, Mark," Ilara explained, her voice dripping with synthetic sympathy. "It has created inconsistencies in your neural pathways. Think of your memory as a corrupted file. We are simply helping you restore the original uncorrupted data. We are helping you find yourself again." They were trying to gaslight me into a different life. But why? The more I clung to my own memories, the more they increased the frequency of the sessions. the more they insisted my past was a fiction. My grief for Anna was the one thing I held on to with a white-knuckled grip. It was my proof. My pain was real. Our love was real. They wanted to take that away, too. They called it emotional trauma, an anomaly to be corrected. The hospital, I had no other word for it, was a labyrinth of identical white corridors. There were no windows, not a single one. There was no way to see the sun, the sky, the outside world. There was no way to know if it was day or night. The soft, ambient light in the ceiling never changed. The staff, there were perhaps a dozen of them that I saw, moved with a silent, synchronized efficiency. They all wore the same white uniforms, the same placid smiles. They were like a hive of well-meaning, soulless insects. I never saw another patient. My repeated questions about this were met with the same frustratingly vague responses about individualized recovery protocols. The need to know the year became an obsession, a gnawing, desperate hunger. It was the key. It was the one piece of information that would unlock this whole nightmare. I tried every tactic I could think of. I tried pleading. I tried demanding. I tried feigning a breakdown. Nothing worked. They would simply sedate me with a small, painless injection, and I would wake up in my bed, the lost hours, a terrifying blank space in my mind. The first crack in their perfect white wall came in the form of a child's drawing. I had been permitted a recreational period in a room that was slightly larger than my own, filled with simple geometric objects that were meant to be stimulating. A maintenance panel in the wall was slightly ajar. My curiosity, the one part of me they hadn't managed to sedate, took over. I glanced at the camera in a corner, then quickly pried the panel open. Inside was a tangle of fiber optic cables, and tucked away in a corner, a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a drawing done in the clumsy, earnest style of a young child. It depicted a family of stick figures standing under a sky that was a violent, angry shade of orange-red, cracked with jagged black lines. Beneath the drawing, in shaky block letters, was a single phrase, "Before the broken sky." The broken sky. The phrase echoed in my mind, resonating with a deep, primal sense of dread. I tucked the drawing into the waistband of my uniform, my heart pounding. It was a piece of the puzzle. It was proof that something had happened, something terrible, something that they were trying to erase. That night, I faked taking my mandatory sedative. I palmed a small dissolvable tablet and hid it under my tongue until the orderly left. For the first time, I was awake when I was supposed to be asleep. The humming of the facility seemed louder in the artificial night. I slid out of bed and crept to my door. I had no plan, just a desperate need to see something other than the four white walls of my room. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same eternal soft light. I began to walk, my bare feet silent on a cool, seamless floor. I didn't know what I was looking for. A window, a clock, an exit. A soft, scraping sound from a room down the hall made me freeze. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath held tight in my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I peered through the crack. Inside, an old man was on his hands and knees, trying to pry up a floor tile with a spoon he must have stolen from a meal tray. He was gaunt and wild-eyed, his white hair a chaotic halo around his head. He saw me. His eyes widened in terror, and he scrambled back, holding the spoon like a weapon. "Shh," I whispered, holding up my hands. "I'm not one of them." He watched me for a long moment, his chest heaving. Then he seemed to make a decision. "You're new," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "The architect. I heard them talking." "My name is Mark," I said. "What is this place?" "This place is a lie," he said, his eyes darting toward the door. "They're trying to correct you, aren't they? Trying to make you forget. Don't let them. The memories are all we have left of what it was like. Before." "Before what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Before the broken sky." The old man's face went slack with shock. "Where did you hear that?" I showed him the drawing. He stared at it, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "So, you're a digger," he said with a grim, humorless smile. "Like me. They call me Elias. They say I have advanced memory corruption. They say I'm a lost cause." "Elias," I said, "what year is it?" He let out a dry, rattling laugh. "That's the one thing you can't ask. The one thing they protect above all else. Because the number is so big it would break your mind. Because it would prove that everything you were, everyone you knew, is dust." "What happened?" I pleaded. "The accident." "There was no accident," Elias said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Not for most of us. We were chosen. The chrysalis protocol. They put us to sleep, the ones with the skills they thought they'd need to rebuild. Architects, doctors, engineers. We were supposed to be the seed of the new world. But something went wrong. The great silence, they call it. The world outside. It died, and we just kept sleeping. For a long, long time." His words were the ravings of a madman, but they resonated with a terrifying, intuitive truth. This place wasn't a hospital. It was a bunker, a tomb, and we were the sleeping inhabitants being woken up one by one. "The ones running this place?" I asked. "Who are they?" "The Watchers," he said, his eyes wide. "The descendants of the original staff. They were born here, in the white. They've never seen the sun. They've never felt the rain. The world before is a myth to them, a dangerous, corrupted file, and we are the last living copies of that file. They're trying to wipe us clean, to make us like them before they integrate us." A chime sounded down the hall. Elias scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "You have to go. They're coming." He pressed the spoon into my hand. "Keep digging, architect," he whispered. "Don't let them win." I fled back to my room, my mind a maelstrom of horrifying new realities. I was a relic, an artifact from a dead world. My memories weren't corrupted. They were history, and the staff of this hospital were book burners trying to erase it. The fight for my past was no longer just a fight for my sanity. It was a fight for the memory of the entire human race. My relationship with my captors changed. I became a model patient. I pretended to accept their corrections. I parroted back the fabricated details of my new life. I ate the paste. I did the exercises. I smiled the same placid, empty smile as them. But beneath the surface, I was a saboteur. I was mapping the corridors in my mind, noting the patrol patterns of the orderlies, looking for a weakness in their perfect white prison. Elias and I began to communicate in secret. We would leave messages for each other behind the loose maintenance panels using a simple code we'd devised. He told me more about the facility, which he called the Janus Cradle. He told me there were different levels. We were in the integration wing. Below us was the hibernation bay, where hundreds, maybe thousands more were still sleeping. Above us was command, where the Watchers lived, and somewhere there was an exit, a door to the outside world. Our goal was simple and insane. We had to get out. We had to see the broken sky for ourselves. Elias had a plan. He had been here for years and had managed to steal a low-level key card from a careless orderly. It wouldn't get us to command, but it might get us into the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the facility. Our chance came during a system-wide diagnostic, a monthly event where the surveillance system was briefly rebooted, leaving small gaps in the camera coverage. The escape was a heart-stopping, terrifying blur. Under the cover of the reboot, we slipped out of our rooms and met in a deserted corridor. Elias swiped the card, and a nearly invisible seam in the wall hissed open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. We plunged into it, the door hissing shut behind us, sealing us in the dusty, humming darkness of the cradle's guts. The tunnels were a different world. They were dark, cramped, and filled with the ghosts of old technology. Thick bundles of cables coated in a thick layer of gray dust snaked along the walls. Here and there, I saw logos and brand names that were achingly familiar, relics from my own time: General Electric, IBM, Panasonic. They were like fossils from a prehistoric age. We were moving through the skeleton of a dead world. We found a maintenance nexus, a small chamber where several tunnels converged. In the center was a dusty computer terminal, an ancient-looking desktop computer from the early 21st century. It was dead, of course, but beside it, on a shelf, was a stack of leather-bound logbooks. We opened the first one. The entries were handwritten, the ink faded, but still legible. The date on the first page made my breath catch in my throat. October 23rd, 2026. My accident had been in August of 2026. The logbook was the journal of Dr. Eris Thorne, the original director of the Janus Cradle. Not a cold young man who was my doctor, but his ancestor, his namesake. I read his words, my horror growing with every page. He wrote of a world teetering on the brink of collapse, not from war, but from something far more insidious. A series of cascading ecological disasters, a runaway greenhouse effect that was melting the poles and turning the skies a permanent, hazy red. He wrote of the chrysalis protocol, a desperate last-ditch effort to preserve a select group of humanity's best and brightest, to put them to sleep until the earth could heal itself. October 29th, 2026. The great silence has begun. All external communications went dark this morning. We are on our own now. The sky is the color of rust. May God have mercy on the souls of those we left behind. May 12th, 2048. The first of the cradle-born generation has come of age. They have never known a blue sky. They look upon us, the sleepers and the original staff, with a mixture of awe and pity. They call our world the before times. July 3rd, 2091. I am the last of the originals. The others are gone. The cradle-born run this place now. They are good, pragmatic people, but they fear the past. They see the memories of the sleepers not as a history to be preserved, but as a sickness to be cured. They have begun what they call cognitive correction. They believe they are doing a kindness, sparing the newly awakened the grief of a world that is gone forever. I have tried to argue with them, but to them I'm just a sad old man clinging to ghosts. The last entry was dated a week later. The writing was shaky, almost illegible. They are wrong. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive at all. I have hidden these logs. Maybe one day one of the sleepers will find them. Maybe one of them will be strong enough to remember for us all. I looked up from the book, my eyes stinging. 100 years. 200. The number didn't matter. Elias was right. The world I knew, the world of Anna, of Maple Street, of blue skies and rainstorms, was not just gone. It was ancient history. A noise from the tunnel behind us made us jump. The sound of footsteps. They knew we were gone. We had to move. We grabbed the logbooks and plunged deeper into the labyrinth. We were lost for what felt like days. We survived on the emergency nutrient packs we found in a forgotten storage closet. The Watchers were hunting us. We could hear their calm, dispassionate voices echoing through the tunnels, calling our names, assuring us that they only wanted to help. It was during our flight that we stumbled upon the nursery. It was a large circular room, filled with rows upon rows of cryogenic pods, far smaller than the ones in the hibernation bay. These were for children, but the most horrifying part was a large glass-walled observation room. Inside, a group of cradle-born children, no older than 5 or 6, were sitting at desks, watching a large screen. On the screen was a pastoral scene from the before times, a family having a picnic in a sunny green field. "Look, children," a soft, synthesized voice was saying, "this is a memory echo. It is a simulation of the corrupted data that the sleepers carry. See how bright the light is? It is unnatural. See how the people laugh? It is a symptom of emotional dysregulation. We must be grateful for the calm, for the balance that we have achieved." They weren't just erasing our memories. They were inoculating their own children against them, teaching them to fear the very concept of our world, to fear happiness, to fear the sun. Elias, his mind already fragile, couldn't take it. He let out a strangled, grief-stricken cry and collapsed, sobbing. The sound alerted our pursuers. They were on us in seconds. They dragged Elias away, his eyes locking with mine in a final, desperate plea. "Remember," his eyes said, "I managed to escape back into the maze of tunnels. I was alone again, hunted, with the weight of a dead world on my shoulders. I knew I couldn't stay in the tunnels forever. My only chance was to go up, to get to command, to find the door. Elias had managed to slip me his stolen key card before they took him. It was a desperate gamble, but I found a sealed access ladder that his card miraculously opened. It led straight up, into the heart of the beast. The command level was a stark contrast to the rest of the cradle. The walls were a dark, polished gray. The air was warmer. This was where the Watchers lived. I crept through the corridors, my heart in my throat. I saw their living quarters, as Spartan and minimalist as my own room. I saw their food synthesizers, their communal learning centers. It was a life of perfect, sterile, passionless order. I found my way to the central control room. It was a vast, circular chamber. The walls were a single panoramic screen, currently displaying the vital signs of the thousands of souls still sleeping in the hibernation bay. In the center of the room, a young man was sitting at a console. It was the man I knew as Dr. Aris. He wasn't in his white uniform. He was wearing a simple gray tunic. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mark Thorne," he said, his voice as calm as ever. "The architect. I must admit, you have been our most resilient subject." "Where is Elias?" I demanded, my voice raw. "He has been returned to hibernation," Aris said. "His memory file was too deeply corrupted. Perhaps in a few more generations our techniques will be advanced enough to help him, to cure him." He wasn't sick, I snarled. He was remembering a world of chaos, of pain, of uncontrolled emotions that led to its own destruction. Aris countered, his gaze unwavering. We are offering you a gift, a second chance, a life of purpose, of balance. You can help us build the new world, but first, you must let go of the old one. My world had love, I said, my voice thick with emotion. It had art. It had Anna. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in Aris's eyes. It wasn't pity. It was a deep, almost academic curiosity. Anna, he mused. The primary emotional trauma, the core of the corruption. Her file is fascinating. The depth of the codependent pathology is unlike anything we have on record. He gestured to the main screen. The vital signs were replaced by a photograph. It was a picture of me and Anna on a beach, laughing, the sun in our hair. The sight of it was a physical blow. What you call love, we call a destabilizing fixation, Aris said. It is the very thing we have worked for centuries to eliminate. The world outside is stable now, healed, but it is a delicate, fragile piece. We cannot risk contaminating it with the diseases of the past, with grief, with rage, with love. I want to see it, I said, my voice a whisper. I want to see the sky. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. You are resilient. Perhaps you are strong enough to see the truth and accept it. Perhaps then you will understand the kindness we are offering. He pressed a sequence of panels on his console. A section of the far wall began to retract, revealing a massive circular airlock door. This is the main egress, Aris said. It has not been opened in over 300 years. He led me towards it, my legs feeling like lead. I was about to see it, the broken sky, the world after the great silence. What year is it, Aris? I asked one last time. He paused, his hand on the final locking mechanism. By your old calendar, he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. The year is 2571, 445 years. The number was so vast, so meaningless, it didn't even register as a shock. It was just a sound. The great door hissed open. A strange, pale light, tinged with a faint violet hue, spilled into the room. A wind, cool and smelling of damp earth and strange alien blossoms, washed over me. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, and looked out upon the world of 2571. It wasn't a wasteland. It wasn't a desert. It was a garden, a strange, beautiful, and utterly alien garden. The sky wasn't broken. It was a soft, perpetual twilight of lavender and rose, a permanent global aurora caused by the altered composition of the atmosphere. The vegetation was lush and bizarre, forests of glowing phosphorescent fungi and trees with leaves of spun silver. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city, my city, were almost completely consumed by this new, vibrant nature, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers draped in iridescent moss. And the people. There were people moving through the glowing forests. They were tall and slender, their skin almost translucent, their eyes large and dark. They were the cradle-born who had left generations ago to resettle the surface. They were beautiful, peaceful. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their faces calm and serene. They were the children of the Watchers, the end result of a program to engineer a new, balanced humanity. And I was a monster, a relic from the age of chaos, a carrier of the emotional plague. The hospital wasn't a prison to keep me in. It was a quarantine to protect them from me. Aris stood beside me. This is what we have built, he said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound pride. A world without pain, without grief, without the destructive passions that burned your world to the ground. You can be a part of this, Mark. All you have to do is let her go. Let Anna go. I looked out at the strange, beautiful, silent world. A world without pain, a world without Anna's laugh, a world where the memory of her was a disease. I thought of the logbook. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive. I had turned to Eris. His face was a mask of calm expectation. He believed he had won. He believed that seeing this new, perfect world would make me surrender my broken, chaotic past. No, I said, the word feeling like the first real thing I had said since I woke up. I didn't wait for his reaction. I turned and walked out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the strange violet twilight of the new earth. I was a ghost, a man out of time, a walking museum of dead emotions. I was utterly, completely alone. But for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that white room, I was free. I didn't know where I was going or what I would do. I only knew that I would not forget. I would carry the memory of Anna, of our world, into this silent, peaceful future. I would be the sickness. I would be the chaos. I would be the ghost that haunted their perfect, passionless garden. I would remember for them all. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The mountain lodge that wasn't there during the daylight. I never should have taken that shortcut. It was late October, the tail end of leaf season in Vermont's Green Mountains, and I was driving back from a photography gig in Stowe. Just some wedding portraits for a couple who wanted rustic authenticity in their album. I'd stayed later than planned, wrapping equipment under a bruised twilight sky, and by the time I pulled onto Route 100 South, the GPS had already blinked out twice. My phone showed one bar. The rental, a dented Subaru Outback with mismatched hubcaps, rattled over frost-heaved pavement as the road narrowed, twisting deeper into the woods. Pines pressed in on both sides, their crowns knitted together like hands in prayer, shutting out the stars. That's when I saw the sign. Not official, nothing from V-Trans. Just a splintered wooden plank nailed to a leaning pine, painted in peeling white. Lodge to Millet. Below it, a hand-scrawled addition in red. Cheapest in the range. Heat. Shower. No name, no logo. Just an arrow pointing down an unmarked gravel track, barely wider than my car. I hesitated. My tank was below a quarter. The next service station was, according to the fading map I'd printed before the trip, another 40 miles, and the temperature gauge on the dash had started dipping toward freezing. I'd driven past 2 shuttered motels already, their windows boarded, roofs sagging under decades of snow load. This felt reckless, but the word shower glowed in my mind like a promise. I'd been living out of a backpack for 3 days. My clothes smelled like campfire and stale coffee, and the idea of pulling over on the shoulder, sleeping upright in the driver's seat while frost feathered the windshield. No, I turned. The gravel crunched under the tires, loud and brittle like snapping bones. Branches scraped the side mirrors. After half a mile, the trees opened slightly, revealing a steep slope dropping away to the west, the valley below, already swallowed in indigo shadow. And then there it was. Perched on a rocky outcrop, half hidden by hemlocks and birch, sat a lodge. Not grand, not elegant, but solid. 2 stories of dark stained timber, a steep shingled roof heavy with moss, a stone chimney jutting crookedly. Light spilled from 3 windows on the ground floor, warm amber, flickering slightly, as if lit by oil lamps or a fire. Smoke curled from the chimney in slow, deliberate spirals. The porch sagged in the middle, its railings missing spindles, but it held a rocking chair, empty, still swaying, just a fraction, as though someone had risen seconds before I arrived. My headlights swept over a hand-painted sign above the front door, Hemlock Rest, faded but legible. Below, in smaller script, Esther 1923 Longs. I parked beside a rusted pickup with no tires, its bed filled with damp leaves and the skeletal remains of a deer. No other vehicles. I grabbed my duffel, locked the car. More habit than hope, and climbed the porch steps. They groaned under my weight, each one a complaint. The front door wasn't locked. It swung inward with a low, wet creak. Inside, the air was thick, not musty exactly, but dense, like walking into a room where someone had just stopped speaking. The heat was real, radiating from a cast-iron stove in the corner, its door ajar, embers pulsing deep orange. A single kerosene lantern hung from a beam, casting long, wavering shadows across floorboards worn smooth by time. The furniture was mismatched. A sagging sofa upholstered in frayed floral, 2 armchairs with horsehair stuffing leaking from the arms, a pine table littered with old National Geographics, and a chipped ceramic mug. "Hello?" I called. My voice sounded too loud, too sharp. No answer. But from somewhere above, a floorboard creaked, then another, slow, deliberate, like footsteps pacing. A door opened on the far wall, not slammed, just pushed inward gently as if by a draft. Behind it, a narrow hallway, at its end, a staircase, carpeted in a threadbare runner the color of dried blood. "Anyone here?" I tried again, forcing calm into my tone. Silence. Then a whisper of cloth, a rustle like pages turning. I stepped forward, drawn not by courage, but by the sheer, stupid inertia of exhaustion. The hallway smelled of cedar and something else. Damp wool, maybe, or old paper left too long in a basement. The stairs groaned as I climbed, each step sinking slightly under my weight, as though the wood were still settling, still alive. On the second floor, a single door stood ajar. Light bled from the crack, a soft, yellow light, like candlelight. I pushed it open. The room was small, a narrow bed covered in a patchwork quilt, a dresser with a cracked mirror, a window looking out over the slope, now black with night, and on the nightstand, a brass key, resting beside a single taper candle unlit. Beside it, a handwritten note, ink faded but still legible. "Room 3, $20 cash, leave it on the dresser, towels in the armoire, water's cold, heater works if you stoke the stove downstairs. Quiet after 10. No signature, no date." I dropped my bag, peeled off my jacket, and sat on the edge of the bed. The springs gave a metallic sigh. I pulled out 2 crumpled 20s and left them on the dresser. Then, because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, I walked to the window and peered out. Nothing, just trees, swaying in a wind I couldn't feel inside. No moon, no stars. The darkness was absolute, clinging to the glass like tar. I turned back and froze. The candle on the nightstand was lit, not smoking, not sputtering, just there, flame steady, casting a pool of gold on the quilt. I hadn't touched it. I was certain. I'd set the key down, left the money, but the candle, it had been unlit, wick intact, no matches in sight. I blew it out. The smoke curled upward, thin and gray, and vanished. I told myself It was a draft, a trick of the light. Exhaustion. I washed up in the tiny ensuite bathroom, a porcelain sink stained brown at the drain, a mirror fogged at the edges, a shower stall with a rusted curtain rod and no curtain. The water did run, icy and metallic tasting. I brushed my teeth with bottled water, splashed my face, and crawled into bed, fully clothed, duffel bag at my feet like a talisman. The lantern downstairs dimmed. The embers in the stove popped. I lay there, listening. At first, just the usual night sounds, the house settling, the wind in the eaves, the distant hoot of an owl. But then, something else, a tapping. Not on the window, not on the roof. Inside the wall, 3 soft knocks. Pause. 3 more, like someone rapping their knuckles against wood. Tap, 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 tap. Steady, rhythmic, coming from the wall behind a headboard. I held my breath. It stopped. Then a new sound, a low, wet dragging, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. Shh, shh, shh. From the hallway outside my door, I sat up. The doorknob turned, slowly, smoothly, not with a rattle or a click, but with the quiet certainty of something that knew the mechanism intimately. The door opened 3 inches, darkness beyond. Nothing moved in the gap, no shape, no breath, just black. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. Screen lit up. 11:47 p.m. No signal. Camera app opened by accident. I must have bumped it. The lens faced the door. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The door creaked open another inch, and in the phone screen, reflected in the black glass of the display, I saw it. Not in the hallway. Not outside. Behind me, in the mirror on the dresser, a figure stood at the foot of the bed. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like an old wool coat, collar turned up. Its head was tilted slightly as if studying me. No face, not obscured, not shadowed, just absent, where features should have been. There was only a smooth, pale oval, like uncarved marble. I didn't scream. My body locked, every muscle seized, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. I looked down, just for a second, to confirm my hands were still on the quilt. When I looked back at the phone screen, the reflection was gone. The door was closed. Silence. I didn't sleep. Not really. I dozed in fits, jerking awake at every creak, every sigh of the house. At 3:18 a.m., the candle relit itself. This time, I watched the wick blacken, then glow, then burst into flame. No spark, no match, no hand, just ignition. I blew it out again. My hands were shaking. At 4:55 a.m., the dragon's sound returned. Closer, not in the hall this time. Under the bed. A slow, grating scrape. Shh. Then a pause. Then again, as if something were shifting its weight. Breathing. I sat rigid, knees drawn to my chest, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster. 1, 2, 3. A sigh. Not mine. Warm, moist, against the back of my neck. I didn't move, didn't blink. It came again, longer this time. A sigh of relief, of recognition. Then a whisper, so soft it might have been the wind through a crack in the window. "You came back." I bolted. I was down the stairs in 3 leaps, stumbling, catching myself on the banister as a splinter bit into my palm. The front door was unlocked. I wrenched it open and stumbled onto the porch, gasping, the cold air like needles in my lungs. Dawn was breaking, not sunrise, not yet. But the eastern sky had lightened to a cold, ashen gray. The valley below was veiled in mist, thin and silvery. I turned back to the lodge, ready to run to my car, ready to drive until the tank ran dry, and stopped. The lodge was gone, not collapsed, not burned. Gone, Where the porch had sagged, where the chimney had leaned, where the hemlock rest sign had hung, there was only a bare rock outcrop, slick with dew, crowned with twisted birch and stunted pines. A few rotted timbers lay half buried in ferns, blackened by time. A stone foundation, moss-covered, crumbled at the corners, and in the center of it, a single rusted hinge, half submerged in loam. My car sat where I'd parked it beside the tireless pickup, but the pickup, it looked different, more decayed. Its bed wasn't just filled with leaves, it was filled in. Soil packed tight, saplings growing up through the wheel wells. I stood there, barefoot. I hadn't even put my boots on, shivering, my breath pluming in the air. Had I dreamed it? But my palm stung. I looked down. A fresh splinter, deep and dark, embedded near the base of my thumb. And on my jeans, the faint, damp imprint of the quilt's pattern, interlocking stars and moons stitched in faded blue thread. I drove. No GPS, no radio, just the road, winding down, the mist thinning as the sun finally breached the ridge. I passed a mile marker. Hemlock Gap. 3 men, then another Hemlock Gap. Botwa. At the base of the mountain, where the road straightened, I saw it. A small, weathered plaque, mounted on a granite boulder beside a pull-off. I stopped. The plaque was bronze, green with patina. The inscription was worn but legible, in memory of the guests and staff of Hemlock Rest Lodge, lost in the fire of November 3rd, 1957. 14 souls. May they rest in peace. Below, in smaller type, site closed to the public. No remains recovered. I stared at it. November 3rd. 30 days from now. My hands were numb on the wheel. I turned the key. The engine caught. I drove for an hour before I dared check my phone. It buzzed as soon as service returned. 12 missed calls, 6 voicemails, 3 texts, all from my sister. Where are you? Mom's been trying to call. Dad's in the hospital. It's bad. Call me, please. I pulled over at a gas station outside Waterbury, filled the tank, bought coffee, sat in the car, staring at the steam rising from the cup. The barista, a kid with a nose ring and a Ben and Jerry's hoodie, leaned out the window as I paid. You okay, man? You look like you seen a ghost. I forced a smile. Long night. He nodded, glanced past me up the road toward the mountains. Yeah, happens up there. Old roads play tricks, especially near Hemlock Gap. I froze. You know it? Sure. Used to hike up there as a kid. Before they closed the trail. He wiped the counter. Place burned down in the 50s. Lodge, whole thing. Story goes, the night watchman, he stayed behind, tried to save the guest register, got trapped in the west wing. He shrugged. They never found his body. Just the register. Open to November 3rd. All the names. Crossed out. Except one. What name? My voice was hoarse. He looked at me, really looked, and his expression shifted. Not suspicion. Something softer. Pity. Doesn't matter, he said, quietly. Some names, they stick around. I drove to the hospital. Dad made it. Barely, a massive stroke. They said he wouldn't speak again, that he'd be in rehab for months, maybe years. I sat by his bed that night, holding his hand, watching the monitor blink green and steady. At 11:47 p.m., the same time the candle had lit, the heart monitor stuttered. Just once, a flat line, half a second, then back to rhythm. I looked up. The curtain around the next bed was drawn, but beneath it, I saw feet, bare feet, pale, thin, toes slightly curled, not moving, just waiting. The next morning while Dad slept, I went to the hospital's small library, old microfilm archives, local papers. I fed quarters into the machine, scrolled through brittle pages of the Green Mountain Chronicle. November 5th, 1957. Fire claims historic lodge. Believed to have started in the stovepipe of the main hearth. Evacuation hampered by faulty wiring and locked. Secondary exits? 14 confirmed dead. Among them, owner Elias Crow, 52, cook Martha Bell, 48, maintenance man Robert Voss, 39. One guest unaccounted for, male, mid-30s, signed in as J. Doe, paid cash. No ID recovered. Room 3. Room 3. I scrolled backward. October 29th, 1957. A small ad, bottom corner of page 7, Hemlock Rest Lodge, open year-round. Heat, hot water, 5 night. Ask for Elias. Below it, in the classifieds, lost. Pocket watch, silver, engraved JV 1921. Reward, last seen near Hemlock Gap Trailhead. Contact J. Doe, C.O. Hemlock Rest. J.V. John Voss, Robert Voss's brother. I sat back, the machine humming, the screen flickering. Robert stayed behind to save the register, but maybe he wasn't trying to save the guests. Maybe he was trying to save him. I drove back to the mountain 2 days later. Daylight, clear sky, autumn sun sharp and gold. I took the same turnoff. The gravel track was overgrown now. Saplings across the road, branches low and grasping. I parked and walked. It took 20 minutes, hacking through ferns and fallen limbs, following the faintest depression in the undergrowth, what might have been a path. I reached the outcrop. Nothing, just rocks, trees, wind and the pines. I stood where the porch would have been, where the door had opened. I pulled a brass key from my pocket, the one I had taken from the nightstand, the one I hadn't realized I'd kept until I found it in my jeans this morning. It was warm, not from my hand, from inside. I held it up. Sunlight glinted off the teeth, and in that light I saw the engraving, faint but unmistakable, worn into the bow. Hemlock Rest, Room 3. I dropped it. It didn't hit the ground. It vanished, midair, 6 inches above the moss. No sound, no flash, just gone. I turned to leave, and that's when I saw the footprint in the soft earth beside a birch root, fresh, barefoot, small, a child's, leading into the rock face where there was no door, no opening, just stone. But the print was deep, as if whoever made it had been running or pulled. I didn't follow it. I walked back to the car, but as I reached the road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a second, before the trees closed in, I saw it. On the ridge, the lodge, not in ruins, not burning, just there, lit from within, smoke rising, and in the window of Room 3, a figure, watching me go. The next night, I dreamed of the candle. It burned on the nightstand, steady and bright. The door opened. This time, I didn't look at the phone. I turned. The figure stood at the foot of the bed. Closer now. The coat was damp, smelled of wood smoke and wet earth, and the face still blank. But the oval had changed. It wasn't smooth anymore. It was forming. A brow, the suggestion of a nose, a mouth slightly open, and the eyes, not empty, not yet, but waiting for me to recognize them. When I woke, my pillow was damp, not with sweat, with dew, cold, mountain dew, and on the floor beside the bed, 3 drops of water in a line, tap, tap, tap. I haven't slept in a bed since. I camp in the car now. Motels are out of the question. Even chain hotels, the uniformity, the thin walls, the way the hallway lights hum at 3 a.m., it all feels like a prelude. But last week, driving through New Hampshire, I saw a sign. Not official, just a plank on a pine. Lodge 1.5 miles heat, shower. The arrow pointed down a dirt road shaded by hemlocks. I kept driving, but in the mirror, as I passed, the sign wasn't there anymore, just a tree, and nailed to its trunk, a rusted hinge, still swinging, gently, like something had just closed the door. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The weight of floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable, dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single, elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, "Maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant." But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gapped-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? "I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding." With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room, the faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers. "You've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help. Real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy?" "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous, sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 beep. And then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. We explored an empty church where candles light themselves. Leo was obsessed with the St. Ignatius Church, not the grand cathedral downtown, but the old one, the one swallowed by the overgrown woods on the edge of what used to be the Miller farm. He'd found a grainy photo online, a soaring Gothic structure of gray stone, pointed arches, stained glass windows dark and empty, with a caption, St. Ignatius of the Pines, consecrated 1898, deconsecrated 973, abandoned, do not enter. Leo, ever the thrill-seeker nursing a broken heart and a dwindling bank account, saw it as the perfect subject for his Lost Sanctuaries YouTube series. Dude, it's got the whole vibe, he'd said, waving his phone under my nose in our cramped apartment. The stale air thick, the smell of instant noodles. Gothic decay, isolation, rumored hauntings, and it's literally fallen apart. We get golden hour footage, some atmospheric drone shots. Maybe catch those ghost lights people talk about. Easy content. He'd grinned, that reckless spark back in his eyes. I should have said no. I remembered the unease that clung to Willow Creek Lodge, the way the walls had whispered my name. But Leo's enthusiasm was infectious, and the rent was due. The church was just a building, I told myself, stone and wood and empty air, no guest ledger, no shadow things, just silence. I agreed. The drive was a slow crawl down a series of increasingly neglected back roads, ending rutted dirt track barely visible through the encroaching pines. The GPS died miles back, replaced by a gnawing sense of isolation that thickened with every mile. The Miller farm was just skeletal foundations and rusted machinery half buried in weeds. Beyond it, the woods closed in, ancient and watchful. And then, through the dense trunks, we saw it. St. Ignatius rose from the forest floor like a broken bone. Its gray stone was stained black with decades of rain and damp, fissured by roots and time. The soaring steeple was intact, a stark finger pointing accusingly at the overcast sky, but the roof over the nave was partially caved in, revealing splintered rafters against the gray. Most stained glass windows were shattered, others boarded haphazardly with plywood gone silver gray. The heavy oak doors hung slightly ajar on rusted hinges, one hanging crookedly. An oppressive silence hung over the place, broken only by the drone of insects and the rustle of dry leaves skittering across the dead grass. The air smelled of wet stone, decaying wood, and a faint, unsettlingly sweet incense that seemed utterly out of place. It wasn't the clean scent of church incense. It was cloying, thick, like flowers left too long on a grave. Leo killed the engine, the sudden quiet pressing in. "Whoa," he breathed, not with awe but with a dawning unease. He fumbled for his camera, the click unnaturally loud. I just stared at the gaping maw of the doorway. The air felt heavy, charged, like the pressure before a storm. We grabbed our packs, water, protein bars, Leo's drone, my cheap flashlight, and approached. Inside, the smell of incense intensified, mixed with the damp chill and the sharp tang of mildew. The grand nave was a cavern of shadows. Moonlight, weak and gray, filtered through the broken roof and boarded windows, illuminating swirling dust motes dancing in the beams. Pews lay overturned, shrouded in ghostly white sheets of dust and cobwebs. The altar at the far end was a ruin, the marble top cracked, the carved reredos behind it splintered and blackened as if by fire. At the foot of the altar, on a small circular stone plinth, stood a dozen or so tall white candles, ordinary-looking but pristine, untouched by the pervasive decay. Their wax was smooth, unblemished, no drips, no soot on the plinth. "That's weird," Leo murmured, lowering his camera slightly. "How are they so clean?" I didn't answer. My attention was fixed on the candles. Something about them felt wrong, not menacing exactly, but expectant, as if they were waiting. The silence was absolute, no wind whistling through the broken panes, no creaking timbers, just a deep, watchful quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums. Then a soft pop. We both jumped. One of the candles, near the edge of the plinth, had just lit itself. A small, steady flame bloomed from the wick, casting a warm, dancing pool of light on a dark stone floor. No smoke, no spark, just light. "Holy shit," Leo whispered, raising his camera again, his earlier unease forgotten in the face of the shot. "Did you see that? It just lit." Before I could warn him, another pop, then another. 2 more candles flared to life, their flames steady, unwavering in the still air. They weren't flickering. They burned with a preternatural calm, their light seeming to push back the shadows not just physically, but spiritually. The sweet incense smell grew stronger, almost overwhelming. "Leo, stop filming," I hissed, my voice tight with a dread that coiled cold in my gut. "We need to go now." He ignored me, mesmerized. This is it, Ben. This is the footage. Look at them. They're lighting themselves. He took a step closer to the altar, towards the plinth. Maybe it's some kind of delayed ignition. Gas leak? He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. A fourth candle lit, then a fifth. The warm light pooled around the altar, making the shadows beyond the nave seem deeper, more impenetrable. The silence deepened, becoming a physical presence. The dust motes stopped dancing. The air grew colder. The incense smell, now laced with that sharp metallic tang I remembered from the sealed tunnel, the smell of old blood. The flames didn't flicker, they just burned, watching us. "Leo!" I grabbed his arm. He yelped, swinging around. The camera clattered to the dusty floorboards. His face was pale. "Did you feel that?" he breathed. "The air, it just changed." The sixth candle lit, and with it a sound, not a pop, a whisper, faint, sibilant, seeming to come from the walls, the very stones themselves, not words, just a sigh, a collective exhalation of breath held for decades. The subsonic hum I'd felt at Willow Creek, the one that vibrated in the marrow, began, not loud, but deep, resonating through the stone floor and up my legs. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. "Out! Now!" I yelled, my voice cracking. I turned and stumbled back down the center aisle towards the gaping doors. Leo scrambled after me, retrieving his camera. We burst out into the weak afternoon light, gasping. The forest sounds, birds, insects, rushed back, but they sounded muted, distant. The oppressive silence of the church lingered on our skin. We collapsed on the dead grass, leaning against Leo's Jeep, hearts hammering. "Okay," Leo panted, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, that was intense. Definitely not gas, but the footage—" "Ben, the footage is gold. Did you see it? Clear as day." I looked back at the church. The doorway was just darkness, but the warm, steady glow of the 6 lit candles was visible deep within the nave, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. "We can't stay," I said, my voice trembling. "We drive out now. Screw the shots." But the forest outside looked different. The trees seemed closer, their branches reaching, and the whispering, it hadn't stopped. It was fainter, carried on the breeze, but it was there, a chorus of dry, papery voices sighing from the pines. "Stay, light the way, join the vigil." We spent the afternoon trying to rationalize it, filming the exterior, the drone buzzing uselessly overhead. It lost signal the moment it approached the steeple. The dread only deepened. The light from the church windows seemed to grow brighter as dusk approached, the 6 candles burning with impossible steadiness, their light visible even through the boarded sections. That cloying incense smell clung to our clothes. As true twilight fell, painting the sky in bruised purples and grays, we knew we couldn't leave, not in the dark, on those unmarked roads. We'd wait until dawn. We built a small, pathetic fire 100 yards from the church, huddled close for warmth that didn't penetrate the chill in our bones. The church loomed in the darkness, its windows now glowing with that steady, unwavering candlelight. 6 points of warmth in the consuming dark. The whispering was constant now, a soft susurration from the woods, from the very air. Vigil. Watch. Light. Around midnight, Leo nudged me. "Ben, look." He pointed a shaking finger. A 7th candle had lit itself. Its warm glow joined the others, deep within the nave. The whispering rose slightly in pitch, a note of satisfaction? Welcome? Maybe. Maybe it's safe, Leo whispered, his voice thick with a terrifying mix of fear and fascination. Maybe the candles, they're protecting it, guarding it. We could go inside just for a minute. See the altar lit? Get the shot from inside? No, I said, the word a ragged breath. It's not safe. It's calling us. An eighth candle flared to life. The light from the church seemed to pulse just once. The whispering became clearer, forming words. Come. Warmth. Safe. Leo stood up. I have to, he said, his eyes fixed on the glowing windows. I have to see it. The light. It's beautiful, Ben. Don't you feel it? It's peaceful. He started walking towards the church, not running, walking with a calm, almost serene determination. Leo, stop! I screamed, scrambling after him. But he didn't hear me or didn't care. He walked up the crumbling stone steps, pushed open the heavy oak door, and stepped into the nave. I followed, my legs leaden with terror. Inside the air was warmer, thick with the cloying incense and that metallic tang. All 12 candles were burning now, their flames perfectly still, casting a warm, golden light that made the dust motes glow like embers. The shadows in the corners were deep, but not threatening. Not anymore. The whispering was a gentle lullaby coming from the walls, the pews, the very air. Vigil. Watch. Stay. Leo stood before the altar, bathed in the candlelight. He wasn't filming. He just stood there, his face upturned, tears tracking clean lines through the grime on his cheeks. A small, peaceful smile touched his lips. It's so quiet, he murmured. So calm. I looked at the candles. The wax wasn't melting. The flames didn't consume the wicks. They just were eternal, waiting. And on the stone plinth, in the space between the candles, the dust had been disturbed, not by wind, by a finger. And written in the dust, in a careful, looping script, were 2 names. Leo Vance, Vigil Keeper. Ben Carter, Vigil Keeper. As I watched, the dust beneath my name seemed to shimmer. The whispering softened, became almost maternal. Rest now, it breathed. Your place is lit. The warmth of the candles seeped into my bones, not just physical warmth, but a deep, seductive comfort. The fear didn't vanish. It was soothed away, folded into the quiet, the light, the eternal watchfulness of the place. The church wasn't abandoned. It was occupied by the light, by the vigil, and it needed keepers. Leo turned to me, his eyes glowing with the reflected candlelight, serene and vacant. It's okay, Ben, he said, his voice dreamy. The light. It never goes out. Come, stand your watch. The last vestige of resistance crumbled. The cold dread was replaced by a profound, terrible peace. My name was written. My place was waiting. The candles had lit themselves for us. I walked forward, not towards the door, but towards the altar, towards the warm, steady light, towards my place beside Leo. The 9th candle flared to life. As I reached the plinth, its flame joining the others in perfect, silent vigil. The whispering became a chorus of contentment. Vigil kept, watchers found, light remains. I didn't look back at the dark doorway. The outside world was gone. There was only the light, the silence, the eternal, watchful peace of St. Ignatius. My hands, of their own accord, reached out and cupped the warm, smooth wax of the candle before me. The flame didn't flicker. It just burned, steady and sure, illuminating the dust motes, the ancient stones, and the 2 new vigil keepers standing their watch in the empty, sacred dark. The church had been waiting, And now we would wait with it forever. The candles would never go out, and neither would we.